But there's also a link to the Discord to my stream because we're going to go play Dwarf Fortress. That time. So we're 416? Yes, somebody asked me yesterday what year we were on, and I said somewhere between 415 and 420, and I couldn't remember what. But anyway, we're year 416, so I was close. You gotta like the 180 gram vinyl. Like, that's the good shit when it's super heavy. Yeah, that I mean, it's not gonna be here for. Actually, shipping like Q1 23 is pretty good when you're in September. For a pre-order, that's not bad. Anyway, this is Longdeath. This is a fortress we're keeping alive for 1,000 years, or that's the goal. We've reached year 421. We started on year 5, so subtract 5 from that number, and that is the age of the fortress currently. We have 32 dwarves full population, but we also have a bunch of merchants, and so that brings us up to a total of 50 dwarves. The dwarves in the fort are Dragon, Volleylol, Letharticus, Anonymo, Merc, Anthony, Malden, Disco, Diamond Destruct, Wait What, Tygozar III, Lilim, Katsu, Zandros, Bloodcat 17, Mist, Hoshan, the Skoid, Rory, Stone, Paranoid Metroid, Arch, Do It, and then Hops, who's a merchant, Jimmy Tibby, Farana, Ayer, Havoc, Aquafunkalistic, Booty Wap, Pilot, Cannon Fodder, Fight Attack, Ilaikabu, Lamond, and Navy. Right? So this is a very long playthrough. We've been playing it for over 2 years now. We do have some happiness problems in the fortress currently. Unfortunately, there isn't a huge amount I can do about it. We're in late spring, so the fountain is running. If anybody does need a full tour of the fort or anything, let me know and I can do that. But aside from that, we're just going to be diving into, other things. I can actually remove all that. And I'm going to real quick check the justice screen. We do have one crime against Wait What? And nobles want nothing. The king has passed away a little while ago, by the way. Also, looks like Wait What's getting chained up, so. Typical. Hazaza, how are you? It's good to see you. Some records have that flex, which so much when you manipulate them. Yeah, no, totally. Can you ask about happiness problems? I would say this, there'd be probably no happiness problems if I was in the next version of the game. But because I'm 2 versions behind now, it's pre the mood buffs, so any of my answers are going to be less immediately relevant, but go on. Just as an example, like, this is still the version of the game where they can get real upset about food, whereas now in the game, it's not the ingredients that they crave, it's the quality of the meal. So if it's a masterwork quality meal, they'll be happy regardless, whereas right now they're like, I want large platypus ear and guava dumplings. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I think you know what I'm saying. You're gone? Definitely not yet, but you will be. Hopefully it's a quick and easy trip to the ER. Best of luck, dude. You demand bee brains, yes. I need mosquito abdomen soup now. I'm just making shit up, but I think you know what I mean. But as far as the cause, some dwarves are just fucked. And a lot of the ones that are upset, like this one, as an example, who's the merchant? Yeah, wants to practice a martial art. This dwarf wants to join the military. But because they're a merchant, I have absolutely no way of putting them in the military. It is not a mechanic that exists. I cannot put this dwarf in the military. And that's just kind of how the game works. Some dwarves are just broken in this version of the game. And I think that that should always be the case. I actually really like that some dwarves are just fucked. As a person who has some serious depression issues, there's large parts of my brain that just straight up aren't fixable. And it makes me kind of happy that not every dwarf is fixable. And I think that will always be the way the game works. There will always be some dwarves that will just slowly spiral and go a little nuts because of their circumstances. And that's what makes Dwarf Fortress a fun and interesting game to me. Like right now, the king of this faction is actually a dwarf I expelled. The king of this faction is Radio Free Olive. Um, yeah, who's the king slash scholar, who I had to expel from this fortress because that dwarf kept tantruming and killed somebody. And I didn't want to kill them because they were the firstborn son of the king. And so I was like, well, get out of my fortress, you useless shit. But you know, you have so many dwarves that, like, in a normal fortress that's younger with a higher rate of immigration, you can absolutely replace the problem dwarves. I don't think that should be a problem. Could be a king-related joke here of treasonous flavor. Now, hold on a second. Are you thinking like a King of England kind of king-related joke? Or are you thinking of a completely different direction? Also, on the topic of depressed dwarves, and then you have dwarves like this one, Jimmy Tibby. This dwarf's 95 years old, right? By the time Jimmy Tibby was 20, their mood was so bad they had the purple text at the top that said they were utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is their tragic life. This dwarf tantrumed a whole bunch for a while. Never actually killed any dwarves, but tantrumed a lot for a while, insisted on, like, the only thing they wanted to do was train in the military. They didn't want to do anything else. Nothing ever made them happy. They were always depressed. They hated life. But then something happened around year 70. They kind of stopped tantruming by about year 35, 40, right? They did a couple of times in prison, which is why they have scars and, like, a crushed finger, and why they're, they have multiple jagged scars. Is their stress just went away? I'm not sure why. I think it's a bug. This dwarf should be fucked, but this dwarf's totally fine. Not an ounce of stress. And I've seen that happen before. I think Krug Smash had that happen once, where he had, like, a dwarf that, I think it was in Honeystoker where it happened, but he had, like, this dwarf that was, like, super far gone depressed, and then just, like, just came to clarity, and was just like, I can see. And that's pretty rad, honestly. It's pretty fucking rad. So, we are at war. There is a human faction, the Confederacy of Sport, that invades us. So we get to see their sieges. I mean, frankly, I couldn't disagree with that. Banana. Having a new sibling being born is, like, one of the best things that could possibly happen to a dwarf. Maybe the dwarf went crazy and he stopped being aware of it. Yeah, he's just completely lost it. But yeah, no, this fort's neat. This fort is mighty neat, let me tell you. You believe in flat Longdeath, and that's okay. Well, I mean, Dwarf Fortress worlds have to be flat. They can't have curvature. Because they're not hex-based, they're they're square-based, right? And it's mathematically impossible to bend cubes into a circle, which is why worlds in Dwarf Fortress are flat and not spherical. Otherwise, they would need to change the shape of the map, or they would have to cheat. And we know Zach and Tarn well enough to know that they won't cheat. Well, flat dwarf Earth confirmed, for sure. Chat, I got a question. You guys want to see Timberborn? How much time is this available till? Like early next week for like an hour or two. The video game. Timberborn's okay. Cause they're offering me some money to play it, which is why I'm asking. Sure, why not? We'll start an hour early next week and do an hour of Timberborn. It's actually not bad. Timberborn's the city builder with the beavers, yes. Also looks like we'd have to do that tomorrow. Canadian plays game with beavers, doesn't get more Canadian than that. That's true. Discord adding in forum channels is weird. Anyway, sorry, I just completely lost my train of thought there. They could make maple wine? I've had maple beer. And at least from the part of Canada I'm in, beer is more Canadian than wine. I feel like if it was a moose civilization builder, that would be more Canadian. I played this Flash game once ages ago called The Real Canadian Mounted Something. And The Real Canadian Mounted, not Royal. And it was... But, you know, whatever you call fermented maple syrup. Also, Elikabu, the dwarven child, has been possessed. I think this dwarf, like, literally just became a year old. We're on the 4th of Slate in the year 420. Okay, it's been a little longer than a few days. Where are you headed there, Dwarfy? Also, there's an emu running around. Slaughter it! Alright. Kiddo probably needs something that we don't have. Cloth thread. Stone rock. Blocks and bricks. A shell. Oh no. You want a shell? Chatty wants a shell. Uh-oh. Rip, everyone's just like F. I don't think we have. I mean, the thing is, I've caught vermin in this map. I don't think there's any shells in this map, like, at all. Why can't I type? Just making sure I have a fishery. Yeah, I do have 2, supposedly. Yeah, I mean, it's like turtles. It's like turtles and a few other things give shells. Turtles, mussels, that sort of stuff. I'm just gonna assign a few fisher dwarves and I mean, I know that we have fish. Like, in here all the time I see various, or I mean, there's none in there right now, but in there, and a merchant's throwing a tantrum. Brilliant. In there, pretty frequently, I see, like, salmon and stuff and trout. Like, I know that there are fish in the area, but I don't think we have pond turtles in them. I'm pretty certain, like, most other things, like, we just don't have them. I've always wanted to see a dwarf just, like, jump through that glass, but they've never actually done it. I'm always kind of disappointed. Oh, please. Okay, no? Fine. I want him to punch that statue. I want another vampire in my fort real bad. But I need somebody to punch a statue. So yeah, chat room, I guess the plan for tomorrow is we start off with the Beaver City Builder. And then after like an hour and a bit of that, we'll go play Dwarfs. If that works. We'll see if we're able to keep that kiddo alive, but I'm not super expectant. It's springtime, so if the humans show up to trade, there is a chance. And I do mean like a chance. That we could theoretically buy some fish. A caged turtle? I don't... no, not a caged turtle. No, they would need to be like... Because you can buy like whole mussels sometimes, like unprepared mussels. Are you sure? I'd swear that like I've bought like unprepared mussels, but maybe I'm just like mixing it up with also mussels that I was harvesting. You must be going to bed. Alrighty. Stone, there will be a thingy for you to fill out when you wake up, most likely. Also, chat room. You guys want to see some actual, like, real-life craft store shit, sort of? Maybe not craft store shit, but... I made sauerkraut. I can't remember who suggested this, but somebody from chat was like, yo, you should put some chili peppers into your sauerkraut. I did, and the brine already tastes real good, so... But good night, Stone. You as well, dude. What? Sauerkraut with chili peppers in it? As long as that sauerkraut doesn't start singing blood sugar sex magic, we're good. There was at least 2 people who did on the same day. There was like one person said to do that, and then somebody else was like, I vouch for that. But yeah, no, I definitely did that. I can't remember who said it initially, but I definitely did that. So in 2 weeks, I can report back properly on how chili peppers in my Still song is better. I mean, just the album Blood Sugar Sex Magic. I don't like Red Hot Chili Peppers. What kind of chili peppers did I use? Ring of Fire chilies. Or red chilies. These guys. They're cayenne peppers. TLDR, just hot cayenne peppers. These guys. Jalapenos don't have enough flavor to them, though. And those were what I grew, right? So I grew the cabbage myself for the sauerkraut, and I grew the chili peppers in my mom's greenhouse. Let's argue about why I'm wrong for not liking the hot chili peppers. I mean, they have some bangers. I just don't like them. Like, for the same reason that, like, Guns N' Roses has some good bangers, I don't like Guns N' Roses. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily a issue with current liking current Guns N' Roses music or not. It's just in general I don't like Guns N' Roses. They have a like Sweet Child of Mine slaps, but like I don't need to listen to a single thing they've done since. And I'm kind of the same way with Red Hot Chili Peppers. Like, they have one or two bangers, and everything else they've done is like largely garbage. And kicked them from his car when they lit a joint. Oh, like as a professional driver? Like as a limo driver or something, Orange? That's kind of funny. Orange. I feel like if they lit a joint, you either need to demand a really big tip or just boot them out. Definitely had a trader get stuck at the edge of the map again. Fortunately, not all that recently. I mean, see, here's the actual issue that I have with Red Hot Chili Peppers. They were on the radio all the goddamn time when I was younger. It's like, I enjoy ABBA. I think ABBA's music is pretty great, even though it's not something I go out of my way to listen to. My parents fucking hate ABBA because it was on the radio all the time for, based on my mom's description, 2.5 decades. Nonstop. And you know what? I respect that. It's for the same reason that, like, yeah, Nickelback. Yeah, exactly. It's like we don't like Nickelback because Nickelback never shuts the fuck up. Like I'm trying to think of like another group that I don't like due to overexposure. Oh, my dad doesn't really like Queen, which blows my mind because Queen is incredible. But as he says, he's like, I respect Queen. He's like, Queen is great, but I can't listen to them because I hear them too much. All right, so this dwarf, this mom here just like left her kid. You want to go get your kid? Literally can't walk yet. The humans have arrived. You like Queen in small doses? I tend to agree, yeah. Radio killed Nirvana. I still like Nirvana. I mean, it killed Smells Like Teen Spirit. Team Spirit? Teen Spirit. But as for the rest of it, but yeah, that was my evening yesterday. Was after I finished stream, I went into my kitchen and I just I relieved stress and mashed the shit out of some cabbage and salt. Although every now and again, like, I just go on a binge where I listen to a band that I largely thought that I would never listen to again because I was so tired of them. Like, I've talked about this a couple of times relatively recently on cast. Like, I've been listening to a ton, and I mean a ton, of Fountains of Wayne. Do I think Fountains of Wayne are particularly good? No, not really. They have some good songs. Stacy's Mom has got it going on. She's All I Want and I've Waited So Long is the song that you heard by Fountains of Wayne. Stacy's mom has got it going on. It's literally that band, yeah. But I've been binging them a lot recently because I owned 2 of their CDs when I was a little kid. That song survived the overplay problem for you? Yeah, I still fucking love that song. That song's great. That song's phenomenal. It's the right level of dumb. But no, I used to own 2 of their CDs growing up, and found out like in the last couple of months that the lead singer died of COVID in the first real bad wave of COVID in early 2020. Their bass player, singer, and the guy who did the majority of the songwriting, including writing Stacy's mom. Oddly enough, though, that entire band actually had almost the entire band, most of that band, had a very large, successful career writing fake pop hits for Hollywood films. Like, they wrote a lot of songs that showed up in movies that featured fake pop bands. A lot of songs. So, like, if you watched, like, a mid to late 2000s movie that was either, like, Disney Channel or, like, kind of preteen Hollywood that had fake pop music in it, or a fake pop band that was written for the song, it was probably written by Fountains of Wayne. Probably written and performed and recorded by Fountains of Wayne. Which is kind of interesting, actually. Like, they never really had a successful pop career outside of Stacy's mom, which, oddly enough, that song kind of killed them as a band because, like, it's their only really comedic song. Like, they're generally, like, kind of a borderline Midwest emo band. Like, most of their music is just really sad and it's kind of slow and depressing and, like, I don't know, like, very much, not quite teenage angst, but more like just young adult depression. And it's just kind of funny seeing them. Oh, and then they write this one song, and of course, it's far and away their biggest hit. Like, of course, you're never going to top the comedy song that you write. Which is just kind of sad, but... Let's just get all this stuff sold. This is my job, this is how I work, and it's going to be done properly. Sounds like your dad was an unpopular driver that was very good at his job. All right, so that reminds me of somebody who I knew's older brother worked as a lighting tech in Rogers Arena. Back when it was called GM Place, our hockey arena. So because of that, he got to, and I remember because like he would volunteer to do the lighting for the musicals that my little sisters were in. So I would like talk to him back in those days. But I remember him talking once about Headley, the band Headley. And he's just like the worst band that he'd ever worked with in his entire life was Headley. He's like, it's the only band that showed up to the green room for testing, for sound check before the show started already drunk. And then freaked out at the sound techs when they didn't go buy them another 24-pack of beer. And like were like extremely mad when their driver was 5 minutes late and apparently broke a bunch of shit backstage. So... You know, professionalism. It gets you places. Now, let's see if there's anything in here I can't sell. It'll be purple if I can't. And I'm not going to be able to buy shells. Yeah, they also don't have any fish anyway, so... And if I buy a caged animal, it'll be tame, and so they won't butcher it. You're going to play as a comedian investigator? I mean, technically you already can, but you can't really do much with that. I mean, you could go from place to place and just, like, tell jokes and try and find people's lost kids. That's kind of being a comedian investigator. Although, one of my favorite adventurers I ever had... Silver Goblin was a elf who was terrible at poetry, who really liked poetry. So I went around and just told terrible poems and made people mad at me. It was easily the most entertained I've ever been playing adventure mode, was just being a really shitty poet. We're selling off all of our extra clothing. And all of our extra armor, because I've got so much of it, it's not even funny. Also, for whatever it's worth, I can't fucking wait for the villain update. Shit's gonna be great. Like, I'm gameplay-wise more excited about that than I am about Premium. Like, Premium I have a lot of hopes for in other reasons, but I'm excited for villains. Also, chat, we need to work together to get Zorbus 10 reviews on Steam. The thing needs 100% positive reviews. Your clients aren't the VPs. Our clients are their head of security who hired us precisely because you did your shit right. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. So your client isn't the rich musician. Your client is the guy who the rich musician pays to make sure that they get to the stadium on time. That makes sense. That checks out. Probably for the best. Also, the Wandering Village has 3,000 concurrent players. I'm very fascinated about how the Wandering Village does. Just because it was the 26th most wishlisted game on Steam, whereas Dwarf Fortress is the 16th. Which is comparable, numbers-wise. Diamond Destruct is looking for ticket investors. Are you now? I thought that you were looking for investors in the cult of Gremlin, or a political party of Gremlin. Hashtag Gremlin for mayor. It looks like I got 3 bot accounts to delete. Great. Only levers pulling? I mean, isn't that kind of the same thing? Who else can you appease? How else can you appease the bot? Bet smaller amounts. That'd be my statement. Bet smaller amounts. Also, has anybody seen the Kit Fox newsletter from today? I'm like way too proud about the fact that I'm literally in it. It's neat. And this fortress is mentioned in it. It's the other thing. We got like 2 mentions. All right, so all that stuff's there, ready to go. Bet 3. Invest, I think is what you're looking for. I've got so many iron anvils. Holy shit. Anything else I don't need? Might as well sell those 2 beds. Yeah, you got it. The for fuck's sake one would have worked, but... The thing that you're most excited about the Magic update is how streamers and YouTubers are going to react to their mythologies. I don't, you know, honestly, I don't, when it comes to Myths and Magic, For me, that's like, how do I word this? It's like getting really excited about God of War, right? Not the God of War 2 that they're working on right now, but God of War, that first one. It's like getting really excited about that game right before release, right? But instead of being excited for God of War, you're actually excited for God of War 6. Because that's about how far away Myths and Magic is. So for me, I don't even really think about God of War 6. Congratulations on breaking that losing streak, by the way. Solid. So I don't really think about Myths and Magic too much, just because it is so far away. It's like I think right now, like the two things on my mind are Premium Part 2 with Adventure Mode, and Villains. Those are the two things that I focus on. And I'm kind of hoping that they'll be able to like package Villains and Adventure into one, because that would be like a really good combo hit for that. For the next 12 streak, hell yeah. Sometimes you just got to break that losing streak, and now you're going to go on a winning streak. It's all uphill from here. Prepare raw fish, eh? Ready, kiddo? Have you gotten anything? Nope. I don't even know what kind of fish we have. Let's find out. Kind of doubting it's fish that matters. Brook lamprey. Yeah, that's not gonna have a shell, is it? IR Stupid, what up? Oh, also, IR Stupid, heads up. I mean, I posted it on Discord already, but I Am 8-Bit has a pressing of the Faster Than Light soundtrack that's coming out in spring. You've acquired pasta? Yeah, I too would hope that it was cooked pasta. It was dry once. It's cooked now, though. That's good. You do really want your pasta to be cooked optimally. Yeah, Wandering Village was coming out the day after I was streaming it, which is why I streamed it yesterday, was because it was supposed to be out the day after. Another game that's out, Diamond. Zorbus. Just saying. Same sort of thing as chewing on a straw. I've taken raw pasta, like, and eaten it before. It's not exactly the most pleasant thing you could do. Not even something I would recommend, even. Yeah, raw pasta. Sounds painful? No more painful than chewing on a toothpick. Before cooking it with a specific sauce. I will make homemade pasta occasionally. Like, I'll make the dough and I will press it and do all that jazz. I will do that sometimes. But usually, when I do that, I literally just use a little bit of olive oil and some salt. Zorbus yoinked in a dev tool for your own work? How's Zorbus a dev tool for your own work, if I can ask? Just break it down into small enough pieces. Chewing a toothpick sounds really painful. I don't know. I used to chew on paper clips when I was younger. Probably couldn't do that now that I have some cavity fillings, but. I also would not, to be clear, I also would not recommend swallowing a toothpick. I said chewing a toothpick. I never suggested that you should swallow a toothpick. Okay. Services for R&D purposes. Yes. Uh-oh, we've got a crime being reported. Ah, you shat again. Let's make clothing. You're running a roguelike, and now that work is stable, and you're doing manager work more, you're getting back into the swing of writing a bit of code every night? Gotcha. Well, when you ever get something playable, call me. You're fascinated with RL Dev? So, I have a subreddit for you. Although I'm not sure if it's a subreddit or if it's just Josh G's blog at this point. But there you go. Speaking of this laddie here, this game, I've got a full-length interview coming out about this game soon, TM. Soon. When will I be playing that? Later tonight. Probably after you go to bed, realistically. Around the time I normally finish Longdeath. Do you want my views specifically around how you can make it more accessible for visually impaired? Don't use dumb little images. Use big, obvious, clear things. That's my feedback. Don't use dumb little images. Just clear text, please. Can't make it tonight because you have normal hours, so you can't stay up to 3 a.m. anymore. Oh, no. I mean, it is what it is. Are you back in, like, school or something? Or working? Doing normal people things? Don't be Cogmind? You know, honestly, don't design your UI for somebody using a high-resolution, small Mac monitor and you have really good eyes. Design your UI for people with shit eyes. Not looking at you, Cogmind. I'm looking at you, Cogmind! Cogmind's amazing. Good lord. So I am terrible with fonts. What's a monospace font? You're gonna have to show it to me. I never remember the names of fonts. I don't know what a monospace font looks like. Now, when you say DF style for icons, do you mean like vanilla current Dwarf Fortress or premium Dwarf Fortress? I mean, aren't those bad for people with dyslexia? Genuine question. I don't actually know. But I like big, bold, easily separated, easy to parse things. I also don't like black backgrounds, but I get by. Dwarf Fortress is fine because the text is big, so. I think it depends on the font, is usually going to be my response. Yeah, that where every character looks very unique. Then just diamond, just no. I don't, technically, no all caps is good English. In fact, it's a very important word to know in English. What you're using for programmer art? There's also a bunch of different little tile sets that are good that Kenny made. I've seen a few of these get used in roguelites. Roguelikes. This is why they like roguelite is a bad term, is because even I stumble on it sometimes. But if you look at his 2D asset packs, he's got a bunch that would work if you want to do like actual sprite work or have sprites to modify. You know, like even this one, it's even titled correctly. So. And scope out sprites. Sure. This stuff just lets you like prototype shit though. Like actually this is one that I've seen in like maybe a dozen or so roguelikes now. Just because it's pretty complete and you can do a lot with it. Actually, where was it? I posted it in the roguelikes room on Discord. Ah, here it is. This is a game I'm kind of watching. I saw this posted on the roguelike subreddit. It's a spaceship roguelike. This thing looks kind of neat. Looks kind of neat. I like how there's just like crew, prisoners. But, you know, very much like scoping trajectories and directions and momentum. This thing seems cool. The SS Profundity. Speaking of ASCII, I'm still waiting on Epion to make a ASCII update for make the ASCII mode for Jupiter Hell work. Also, I gotta say, there's something coming for Chaos Forge games that might make like 2 of you people really excited. I've learned that somebody commissioned Epion to port all of his old games. So all the old Chaos Forge games. So Diablo RL, Doom RL, Aliens RL. Why am I blanking on the name of that other one? Berserk RL. Then there was one other, I think. Yeah, I did say Doom RL, I think. Anyway, they commissioned him to take all of his old projects and port it to Linux. Port them to Linux so that they can be run remotely on a BBS. Because apparently there's like one guy who really, really likes all of Epion's old games and wants to run it on a BBS. Because he runs a BBS as a hobby. So, long story short, Aliens RL, Doom RL, Berserk RL, and all of the old Chaos Forge games are all getting a patch, and most of them are getting content, which is kind of fantastic. As my dwarves in the background all make clothing. Incoming Chaos Forge now. I want them to just put them all up on Steam, just like a Chaos Forge Classics pack. The problem is they're all oh, and there goes Eli. Kaboo. Rest in peace, you young dwarf. You wanted a shell. I mean I just kind of want them all to come to Steam, but they're all fan games, so it'll never happen. Yeah, right? I mean, to quote Epion, it's just like, yeah, it's some crazy guy from Silicon Valley with a lot of money. Oh. And then they're like, my immediate response from when Epion was just like, yeah, some crazy guy from Silicon Valley with too much money. I'm like, it's not Notch, is it? He goes, no, it's not Notch. Because that would be kind of amazing. Is it Mark Zuckerberg? Mark Zuckerberg doesn't play video games. Come on. You have good spacing, good size, non-shitty font, clear spacing between two lines. Oh, so wait, are you dyslexic, Diamond? Now, are you saying that Mark Zuckerberg plays Zork because his name is Zuckerberg and it sounds kind of like Zork? Okay, just checking, because that's what my head was thinking. Mark 2.0 should... Zork Muckerberg. Yeah, there you go. But, yeah, Mark needs to update his frontal cores to acknowledge the existence of video game. Because right now he sees video game and all he sees is money! So he takes all of his, like, company's billions and dumps it into a really deep hole called VR and Metaverse. Anyway, once he's done throwing all of his company's money into that really big hole, we can all just sit back and laugh at him, so it'll be great. What would be shitty? Wingdings. Honestly, if you want a textbook on how to make a very inaccessible UI, look at Cogmind. Cogmind is a brilliantly well-designed game, but that UI is so inaccessible. If you want to make an accessible UI, it needs to be scalable, it needs to be semi-modular, and it needs to be capable of either resizing or scaling up for people who don't see as well, right? And it's really the only way to do that in Cogmind, and this is the only way I can play it, is by setting the resolution down and lowering the resolution of my main monitor, which looks awful on stream, so I don't really stream it, because I don't like doing that while I'm streaming. It just looks gross to me. What's up, Benjamin? Business journalist friend is convinced that Zuckerberg could sink the company single-handedly, and it's not enough. Despite everything, it's cash-rich Zuck wants to be cool. Yeah, he's trying to buy his way into being awesome with the kids. Also, this is the first time I've seen a game dev badge, by the way. I know that those exist now, but that's my first time seeing one. That's cool. Also, looking forward to Brigador Killers one of these years. I'm assuming it's a pain in the ass knowing everything that Twitch does. They're shooting for 23. Hey, man, that's in like 4 months. I'm just saying. That's in like 4 months. I mean, January 1st. I'll mark my calendar. You type the lower L and the upper I, and you... Yep. No, that sucks. Twitch's font is pretty bad by default, actually. Yeah, no, it is pretty... You know, it's funny, because, like, so... The game dev badge thing on Twitch is actually kind of funny because I remember going to TwitchCon in Los Angeles. Yes. And I got into a meeting that I wasn't originally supposed to be at, but I got an exemption because I was friends with one of the devs that was running the meeting. It was supposed to be a partner-only, like, feedback session where they sit there and take feedback. I think I was like one of 2 affiliates in the room of like 50 people. And they were asking, they're like, what is a pie in the sky feature that we could add to Twitch? And I put my hand up and I said a game developer badge, so I know when people are like actually making the game that I'm playing, because it would just be useful. And they were like, yeah, that's something we've had in the works for a while now, and we're hoping to have out by the end of the year. This was in 2017. So when you're just like, it's a pain in the ass to set up. I'm not surprised. Based on how long it took Twitch to make. That does not seem like a hard thing to implement. That's most Twitch features, man. Then the button and then the thing appears. Yep. Yeah, that would make sense. And also, you probably have the option to hide it, I would assume. It's just like it's probably the same way that I have to turn on and off my my partner badge. So I have like that little verified badge. I can disable that for certain chats. And sometimes it automatically disables itself. No, I completely understand the struggles because Twitch, like, I'm an old hand at this, but also Twitch, like, redesigns half their shit every 8 months, and then it takes me, like, 20 minutes to find my fucking Steam key, like, or stream key. There was, like, the last time they moved a bunch of, like, the information around. It used to be, like, in the partner section of the settings, and then they moved it to the dashboard, then they moved it from there into the stream settings of the channel setting, of the submenu of the channel settings. And the last time they made that change, like, I posted on my team's Discord. I was like, guys, where's the stream keys? I legit can't find them. I can't find the stream keys. Where did they put them? Because I had to change my stream key for some reason. Ugh. You set it to global? Yeah, but it most likely if, like, you gift a sub or there's several different badges that you can get, but, like, one of them is gifting a sub or being part of a hype train. So if, like, you resub and there was a hype train happening at the time and you get a conductor's badge, those will all overwrite it. So you'll have to go in and manually disable whatever the badge that overwrites it. Like, Orange has the little gifting sub badge, right? If I gift a sub in my chat, it'll default my, like, verified badge from the verified badge to the gift sub badge. Just like if I end up in a hype train because I resubbed or something. Same process. Or the I can't see badge. Yes, that one too. Hey, thanks for gifting a sub. Yes, like that. And Benjamin, enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Current personal favorite is if you're watching a stream and you're in editor for, you have to go into your settings to whichever thing and then click the dashboard for that streamer. Usually what I do, like, because I'm an editor on one channel now, and I'm on in mod view and some other channels, I usually just bookmark the page and just jump straight to it. The badge is second fire. It's a good idea, and I'm glad that it's finally implemented, even though it's like a pain in the ass to activate, you know? So I get that ad rev. I don't like ad. Honestly, I'm still in that party of if I could just pay Twitch, like if I could just pay Twitch to never show ads on my stream, I would do that. Only if you're an editor, I think. Because I'm a mod for Hyperstrange and I can't change that stuff. You have to be an editor to be able to change that. But if you're an editor, then yes, you theoretically should have the ability to change all that stuff. Yeah, specifically for editors. Which is why I wish that they'd give me editor on Hyperstrange, but you know. Well, the issue is like the issue isn't that, like the issue is just like getting spammed with ads like on a schedule. That's what actually bothers me. But pre-rolls I never had a problem with. They're slightly annoying. I just wish that raids would disable them. But whatever. They want us to automate them, which I really don't want to do. I really don't want to do. But yeah. What was I even talking about? I completely lost my subject. I've like jumped, we've jumped topics so many times in the last 40 minutes. I've completely lost it, I'll be honest. Longdeath. We're making new clothes for everybody because sometimes new clothes are nice. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg ruining VR for everyone. To be fair, I would say that Mark Zuckerberg started ruining VR. Actually, this is a fun VR-esque story. Anybody remember HoloLens? Well, I've been wondering for a while. It's like, the hell's going on with HoloLens? Anyway, U.S. Army to use HoloLens technology in high-tech headsets for soldiers. Well, figured out what they're doing with HoloLens. It's not. I don't have ADHD, but like I do definitely have some brain fog from the amount of weed I smoke. So anyway, figured out what the fuck's going on with that. Remember Carmack's weird presentation at E3 from on Minecraft for it? That thing was pretty cool. Yeah, no, that makes sense why it would be normal for you then. Yeah, but like you know, it's been a long time since I've heard anything related to HoloLens, so it's like, oh, well, HoloLens is back and US military has it. Great. Well, maybe not back, but first news about the HoloLens in a very long time, and it's literally, oh, it's going to be used to kill people. Awesome. It's the IRL kill counter and aimbot. Sure, Diamond. They got defense contract, which means dollars. Yep. Them and Unity. I guess this means that there will be Unity support for HoloLens. Probably not, actually. Don't worry about the U.S. military. Canada is fine. You have enough oil to merit the freedom. Oh, you're saying, like, don't worry about getting invaded by the U.S. military? I'm not worried about getting invaded by the U.S. military. I just feel bad for all of you guys having, like, no public transit because all of your tax dollars go to the military. I think they rolled that back. But there's still, like, some weirdness, Archie, where, like, if you delete your Facebook account, it can delete your Oculus library. I think. I mean, Benjamin, you literally have, this now, which is definitely not, like, loosely inspired by Brigador. Loosely. They changed it, so they did walk that back. I do remember that there was like an issue with people deleting their Facebook accounts and it also deleting their Oculus accounts, making their games unrecoverable. I remember that being an issue briefly, but I think that was old news. But yeah, no, it's been a while since I played Brigador at PAX West 2019. The last time I saw Brigador Killers. God, has it been that long? Gonna use it for augmented reality and superimpose Doom baddies over top. Anybody else like seen that one episode of Black Mirror where like the soldiers run in like are fighting against like zombies and demons, and then the spoiler for the episode is just the meds that they were taking that made them look like zombies and demons, and they're actually just like civilians that they're gunning down. A pretty good episode of Black Mirror, not gonna lie. Not that they walked it back, they just made it so that you don't require a Facebook account, and also, damn, Oculus, you still need an Oculus account? Yep. I mean, needing an Oculus account to use a piece of software is pretty standard. It's the also needs Facebook. It mentally from your existential dread, which is sad because it's an awesome show. You know, there's a few things about Black Mirror that make it cartoony enough that I can, like, separate it in my mind from reality. Gotta shut this off before it all freezes. So I don't really have that problem with Black Mirror. Kind of at all. Yeah, I don't know. That last season kind of sucked, though. There was one really good episode in the last season. Every other episode was just kind of... And everyone told them how stupid it was. Do you remember when John Riccatello said, you know, we need to be making more money off of our video games. I mean, imagine you play Battlefield for 6 hours and then pay us for some more ammunition. Anyway, that guy runs Unity now. Evangelion got you some existential dread. That anime was just loaded. I've never actually watched the anime for Neon Genesis Evangelion, but I've read all of the manga, so I agree. I've been told that the manga is more brutal in a lot of instances, too. In the shock value at the way that they kill off some of the characters. This is like, oh, okay. Here, hold a hand grenade. Goodbye. And it's the 15 million merits one? Snow Globe episode is kind of incredible. I am of the position, I don't agree with that. I think that there's miss episodes on every season, but every single season has a couple of episodes that are some of my favorite pieces of television. Just period. Like the Snow Globe episode is incredible. The one where they're all on the exercise bikes is kind of incredible. The one from the most recent season with the CEO and the guy with the bomb in the car is incredible. The guy who receives the blackmail to bomb something's incredible. The one with the bees is incredible. Just going off the top of my head right now. The one with the guy growing organs was meh. One guy didn't believe the internet and said, my name is X and you can't do anything with that. And the internet found out where his kids go to school and then his wife worked and where he lived. And, you know, it's the classic thing, Dr. Pirate. Friend of mine years ago sent me a DM and said, have you seen this most recent Linus Tech Tips video? To which I responded, what? And this was before they had the big, I don't know if anybody here watches Linus Tech Tips, but before they had the big office, they were just in a house in the suburbs. And in one of their videos, they showed the front lawn. Using about 8 seconds of footage from the front lawn, me and my friend spending about an hour. Not only did we find 2 of their license plates and figure out where 2 of the separate team members live separately, we also found that house. Very quickly. Admittedly, it's like a 20-minute car ride from here, where I am right now. So I know exactly where that house is. Which I think one of the team members still lives in. I'm pretty sure Luke still lives in that house. Called Fake Friends on YouTube. What, like about internet stalking? I'm assuming. I mean, like there was one time where somebody took a photo, or where I took a photo close to one of my buildings, and then somebody just like DM'd me my building's address. I'm like, okay, but there's 400 units in this set of 4 buildings, and you don't know which of the 4 buildings I'm in. And they're like, yes, true. I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't care. Though the problem of stalking, we didn't like act on it or do anything with it or have any intention of figuring it out. We just knew that they were in Langley, which is local to us because they stated that multiple times. And so it was just more dumb curiosity. Like, we had absolutely no intention of stalking per se. It was just oh, I could do this. Or like another YouTuber I watched made a short relatively recently where he shows like some footage of himself talking to a camera on his porch. And I looked at that. I went, fuck, I know what building that is, because again, he's close to me. There's stalking, and then there's just like, shit, I know where that is. And then you look it up on Google Maps and go, yeah, I absolutely know where that is. But no, parasocial relationships are terrifying. And it's actually one of the biggest downsides about working in this industry. Tactical RPG run-based thingy just released. Maybe worth watching. I also know exactly where I live. Freeways. So if I ever forget, I'll let you know, and then you can help. Don't I live in a tiny box in your screen? You know, where these humans show up to bring us free stuff. I live in my house. I don't live in a house, you dingus. I live in an apartment. That's how you figured out several YouTubers' houses as well. It's crazy how easy it is to find someone with minimal information. Yep. Yep. But I'm still ticking. Dude, I'm just sitting here and patiently awaiting the release of Dwarf Fortress, and currently running high on the fact that KitFox, like, linked to my YouTube channel in their most recent Dwarf Fortress news post thingy. They have a newsletter, so I mean, I'm gonna be here, and we'll continue to be here until I can't be here anymore. Until they kick me off this goddamn platform. See? It me. Literally, it me. A link to my YouTube. Gotta love that. Finding out where there's nothing but special about them. It's like, you know, there's... I used to do this thing with that same friend, where he'd like send me a picture of like 4 people on a beach, and it would be figure out where that person lives. And it's just like 4 people on a beach, and there's like a surfboard in the background, a car off in the distance. You can vaguely see a road sign. There's like an energy drink on the ground. And very quickly, you can figure out where, like, just from like a group of people on a beach, you can usually figure out where they live. You know, I'm so old. VTuber just sounds like fake marketing bullshit to me. None of that shit's real. They're just character streamers. We've had those for years. There's a world outside of Twitch? Thank Christ. GeoGuessr intensified. Right? It's just GeoGuessr before GeoGuessr, except it's more address guesser. You see, like, I'm not very good at GeoGuessr, right? because GeoGuessr requires you to look at streets and look at a map and figure things out. I'm good at finding people from an image if I can Google shit. Right? So like I look up the brand of drink that like in this instance it was we looked up the brand of drink that was there because it seemed unique and it was only sold in a few stores in LA. So that narrowed like our general area search down by quite a bit. I looked up the brand on the surfboard, which is only sold at one shop in LA. Found that shop. There was a beach close by to that shop. And then we like kind of scanned along the beach until we found like the location where those people were sitting in the picture. And then from there, we back searched the portions of the image based on their faces to find Facebook profiles. And within like 10 minutes had figured out where they lived. Because all of the information was then public on their Facebook. It's like, it's ridiculously easy to do. The mistake that a lot of people do is they allow that information to be public. If you allow information like that to be public, you just need someone to decide they want to do it. All right. Oh, we're in Somalia. Yeah, I mean, some people just play like. There was a period of time there, Dr. Pirate, where me and my stream team did this show called After Hours. And we played GeoGuessr a good number of times together. And we got to the point where like we'd load in and be like, oh, we're in Australia. Because this certainly isn't Britain and they're on the wrong side of the road. But that's like all that you need. It's like, there's certain, or like if you know certain languages or can like recognize certain languages, it's like loads into random city. Ah, we're in Finland because you look at a sign and it's in Finnish, you know? It's like if language is like if you can like figure out general scenery plus like I remember there was one time where we were playing GeoGuessr and I'm bad at GeoGuessr, but we loaded into an area and I was like, oh, this is Canada. I'm like probably Winnipeg area, and they're all just like, what? How'd you guess that? And I'm like, just the look of the scenery, and it was like a suburb of Winnipeg. It was very much correct. You know the feeling when GeoGuessr drops you down close to somewhere that you live? Yeah, totally. I mean, there was one time we were playing GeoGuessr, and we were playing GeoGuessr with Evil Trick, and then suddenly he goes, "Oh shit, I know this place," and we're just like, "What?" We knew that we were in like a Danish city. We just weren't sure where, because he's Danish. He's like, "Oh, this is Danish." Like I know where we are, sort of, probably. And then like we're going around, we're like, "So any ideas, Evil Trick? What city this might be?" He goes, "No. No. Just looking around at things." And then suddenly he turns around, the camera around, and starts zipping back towards a road. And he goes, "I thought I saw something." He goes, "I lived 2 blocks from here for my entirety of university." It's very funny. What, people just like landing right next to their houses? Frog? Also, hey, Disco, by the way. And also left, generally. Seeing the depot for the town that you live in, really? I was watching stealth camping videos a little while ago and saw somebody camping in an area, and then he said the area that he was in, and I blinked twice because I was like, that's like blocks from me. And then looked when the video was uploaded. It was like 3 days before. I'm like, oh, he's probably fucking gone. Then I went and camped in the exact same area. It was a nice spot. Oh, I mean, Bloody Durango, one of my teammates, streams GeoGuessr all the time. It's more fun in real life to just do it. And the dwarves have actually arrived. Almost found them unintentionally. We haven't traded with the dwarves in a while. A nice change, actually. I was supposed to go camping this weekend, but between forest fire smoke and it's supposed to just pelt rain the entire time we're going to be up there, we've had to delay it by a week. Sad. Which costs me 15 bucks. It'll be fine, though. Worth it. You watch someone else on the team? Probably. But Halcyon Frequency, my team, I co-founded it with FG Squared. We started it years ago with our website, halcyonfrequency.com, and the podcast, all that crap. Do you watch FG? Yep. FG, Kiri, Bellinair. What, Jess? You know. Fun little crew. Speaking of, Jess is on. I should actually open up her stream. But yeah, if you ever hear FG yelling about a podcast, it's a podcast that I edit. That thing. I was gonna say, are they up? I don't think they're up. So the peach face lovebird, the gander, the wren, hedgehog, blue jay, hedgehog, magpie, great horned owl, hedgehog, crow. This one. Been a little bit, but not that much time. We're getting close. It's been like 40 minutes. Yeah, slightly longer than you've been here. We're getting there. This is the most confusing review I've seen in a while of a video game. I'm looking at the Wandering Village Steam page, and there's a negative review. Okay, so this is a negative review. This game is a great, but kind of boring. This game is a great, but kind of boring. I too am a great, but it's kind of boring. It's a negative review, but it's just funny to me. Also, investments are open. And Zan says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information is added to the civilization and world info. And this is why I feel like developers have like high blood pressure sometimes. Is like, imagine just like looking at that. That's the only feedback you get. The game isn't great, but kind of boring. All right, guess make games kind of a less boring. Or we are requesting cheese. And Zan says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. We're requesting a trader. Seems like the kid died. I feel bad about that. Elikabu just dying because I don't have frickin' shells. No, it's okay. It's not okay, it's great. But, you know, it's got 4,000 concurrent players, which is pretty good for Wandering Village. Curious to see if it'll hit 10K is the reason I'm staring at it. I'm just really curious about how much, because they spammed keys out for that game. Like, if you, like, stream, I'd be surprised if you didn't get at least one key for that game, right? Like, they gave me 3, and you don't see that very often these days. You don't see a lot of smaller developers just like shoving keys out in your faces for games like that. So when those piles of keys showed up, I was kind of looking at it and I'm going, I wonder how well that's going to do for them. You saw everyone stream it? Yeah, because everyone got key. Everyone got multiple keys. And I feel like more and more, at least recently, I've seen not as many keys go out, and it's weird. Like, this industry had a period of time there where anybody could get key for any reason, but in the last, I don't know, 2 years, give or take, I feel like that number the number of readily available keys for games have dropped pretty dramatically. But I do kind of, like, now it's easier to get paid to play games sometimes than it is to just get a key. It's easier to get a sponsored stream deal than it is to just get a key. Also, good wins, lads. Which, by the way, I think is kind of fucked up. I think it's really messed up that it's easier to get paid to play a game than it is to just, you know, receive a key for a video game. I think that's kind of messed up. I think I'm gonna sell some of my plants. Not all of them, just some of them. Especially for me, like, I generally try to be... How do I word this? I generally try to not be biased when it comes to games. I like to just play games. Especially if it's a game I want to play. I like to just play games, you know? That's what I like to do. I like to just turn on my computer and play a game. I don't necessarily need to be paid to play every game that I play. I know a lot of people prefer to just do frequent sponsored segments, and that's how they like to pay bills. I mean, I'm doing one tomorrow, so, you know. But, that'll be, what, my second one this year? So, like, I don't know, third one this year, because I did one for marbles. So, yeah, it'll be, like, my third sponsored segment this year. Which is kind of minimal. The question is, are the humans going to attack us? Oh no. Idiot is tantruming again. What are you gonna go break? What's up, change me? Alright, so, this dwarf's committed one crime. Probably just, like, threw a crown or something. Where are you headed now there? And we putting him back in prison. And by how dwarfy it is? How's XCOM 2 dwarfy? What? I know the people who made Long War, their game's out soon. I mean, I suppose. To me, that just sounds video gamey, not necessarily dwarfy, but it's not wrong. But yeah, the XCOM Long War dev team's game's out soon, which is Terra Invicta. This dwarf. Humiliated after being confined, angry after getting in an argument, embarrassed after dwelling upon the lack of dining tables, dwelling upon getting into an argument, lonely. Yeah, I remember the friendship system when they added that. That was a while ago. Or it came with War of the Chosen, rather. It's like the same day that those two features came out. Speaking of games that have a friendship system that I think is kind of funny, is when I was at PAX, this actually is like, I guess, insider info, sort of. But Zach and Tarn showed me their new friendship system because like they display the friendships completely differently in Dwarf Fortress, which was kind of shown off in the PAX panel, but they basically showed me more in-depth versions of that. And we talked about it quite a bit. They're trying to make it way easier for you to chronologically tell how they know people and when they met them and where they met them in the game, and how good of a friend somebody is and stuff like that. They're trying to make that super chronologically easy to see. What's hilarious is they showed me that in this system that they've been working on for the past couple of months, and it was something that they've been prototyping. They only just got it into the game as part of the PAX panel, and like that was something that they showed off, so like they were excited about that. And you know what just came out? Crusader Kings put out a big, like, DLC/content update. Adding an almost identical system. Like, quite literally. The UI, everything's in the same places in the UI, and I'm looking at that and I'm like, huh. It's like laid out in the exact same way, like things ordered exactly the same way, and I'm just like, you know, when they were joking about, like, they've managed to make Dwarf Fortress as accessible as your average Paradox game, they're not actually that far off. It's just kind of funny. I find that so amusing. It's wild? Yeah, kinda. 25 days in prison for disorderly conduct. Alrighty there. Although I would like to remind everybody about the important release from today. Zorbus is released on Steam for $6 Canadian dollars. Go buy Zorbus. It is also, free on their website, but go buy and play Zorbus. It's an approachable traditional roguelike. Although when I'm talking about Paradox games and accessibility, I'm talking about Paradox developed games. Cities Skylines is not developed by Paradox. Cities Skylines is published by Paradox. It's developed by Colossal Order. So yes and no. I mean, it's the same reason when I refer to Paradox games, I'm not referring to Age of Wonders, Planetfall, Empire of Sin, Academia, School Simulator, or like Surviving the Aftermath. I'm talking about Crusader Kings. I'm talking about Stellaris. I'm talking about like damn, they publish a lot of things. Crusader Kings 2, Europa Universalis. Yeah, there it is. God, 3 looks so old compared to 4. Anyway, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about their more modern offerings. Because they're not at all. Well, I mean, a Dwarf Fortress being as accessible as a Paradox game is an improvement, though. And there's this, and like, this isn't even a joke, right? This is just me being completely, like, genuine about my opinions. When I say that Dwarf Fortress is about as accessible as a Paradox game, there's one major advantage that Paradox games have over Dwarf Fortress that they've had for a very long time. If you go to buy a Paradox game, let's just use Crusader Kings 3 as an example, right? You go to the Steam page and you get the average, like, mostly positive recent reviews and very positive overall reviews. This just goes down whenever they put out an update because people want stuff to be free. So you go here and you see 50,000 of very positive reviews. This must be a good video game. 50,000 people have bought it. Has a bunch of DLC. 50,000 people have bought it, at least. Definitely a lot more. 50,000 people have taken the time to recommend it. So it must be good, right? If you go to play Dwarf Fortress, even though it's free, you're met with this. What are you more likely to actually take the time to learn? Also, can you find the download button on this? That's the advantage that Paradox has. They have like visual reviews where people can recommend it. Couldn't tell you if they're using Windows, Mac, or Linux. I mean, I've got lots of Windows in my house. And I ate a Big Mac last week. I didn't actually. So clearly I use Linux. I know. I mean, I don't think it's got anything to do with ASCII necessarily. I think it's just because like the game doesn't need to be ASCII. You can absolutely use any tile set you want. But like that's the advantage that like sunk cost fallacy is the advantage that Paradox games have. And that's the advantage they've had over Dwarf Fortress forever, is because you've paid money for it. So because you've paid money for it, once you've paid money for it, you're probably going to take at least a little bit of time to give it an honest shot to see if you can learn it, right? That's the idea, anyway. Whenever you need a new install, you lazy son of a bitch, banana. Just learn to play the actual video game. Quit it with the LNP crap. Lazy son of a noob pack. There you go. This is how you know that you're a regular in Blind stream, when Blind can call you a lazy son of a noob pack and you don't get offended. That's how you know that you've been around this channel for a bit. Is when I can throw nonsensical insults at you and you go, huh? Does that website really hurt your eyes? I don't know. Doesn't hurt mine, and mine are easily hurt. Mac has a transfer from old Mac transfer system, and you need absolutely nothing else, including customization and everything? Huh. How fucking dare you? It's definitely a high contrast website. Maybe it's actually, you know what it might be? It might just be because I have my monitor contrast set to 1%. So the coloration of my monitor looks awful, which is why I should never do any Photoshop of any sort on my computer. But, I mean, it lets me see that website just fine. I mean, I can't testify, but I can listen to Testify, which is a great song. He's right outside your door, and I'll testify. Well, so far lost one dwarf today. Not good. Also, thanks for the coffee. The person who bought me a coffee. Cheers. Probably need to up my coffee goal, actually. I, like, literally never look at it. We're at 31 dwarves. 31. So 49 total. I have followers on coffee? Huh. Interesting. I didn't realize people could follow people on coffee. Is there a passive Twitch integration with TF, like auto-naming dwarves and retrieve stats and like that for at the end of the year and such? God, I hope not. Not that I'm aware of. But currently, I don't think so, no. I mean, there might be like an obscure DF hack plugin that does something like that, but I know some people who do that stuff manually. Like with channel points and such, but yeah, no, I mean, we were down to 22 at one point. That's Rose. If you could cause raid and such like RimWorld, you know, I'll be honest, that would make me not want to stream Dwarf Fortress for a bit. I really, really, really hate that kind of viewer interaction because all it really does is it ruins the game for me. Yes. I mean, I know people who do stuff like that. Banana. But yeah, I mean, Cupo, she does stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. It's, that kind of Twitch integration straight up just ruins games for me. The pay for raids or the spawn items in or any of that crap. I hate that shit. Dwarf's gone crazy again. We're basically down actually to 30 because this dwarf, Paranoid Metroid, has been kind of nuts for a while. I'd be okay with like passively naming dwarves, but I'd rather like manually do it because then that encourages me to actually like read the descriptions of dwarves. So. So I don't know. I find with like automatic naming, that's fine for games like The Wandering Village when I was playing that yesterday because like they have no individual personality anyway, and it's just kind of fun seeing the names pop up. But with Dwarf Fortress, I kind of want to do it manually because it makes it much more interesting. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure somebody will make some big fancy Twitch integration mod, and I don't look forward to it. It'll be annoying when people ask me to stream it and I go, no, 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 absolutely not. Just because Twitch names are not lore friendly. So, no. Unless there's some sort of weird overhaul mod that like modifies the whole thing so that it seems believable still. Nah, I'm good. I don't need that. Also because like the amount of ways you actually have to interact with the lore right now are minimal. So all it would do is I'd jump in and it would be silly for a minute and then no. Not for me. It's actually kind of funny. For some reason, developers seem to think that streamers love Twitch integration. There is some very minimal basic Twitch integration I'm okay with. But there's almost none that I will actively seek out. Most games, it's like, oh, you have Twitch integration? I'm suddenly less interested in streaming your game to a degree, depending on how critical it is. And I know I'm not alone with that. Like, the people who really like Twitch integration are streamers who've set it up in such a way so that they make a lot of money with it. Basically, it's a child who's possessed. Basically, everybody else I know who does stuff with Twitch integration does it because their chat pesters them, and then they do it. Or it's like an alternative game where it's like that one like words game that Jess plays, or like Stream Raiders or something, where it's like completely unrelated. It's like, okay, cool. So you get the game interaction, but also then you don't have people in your game ruining your game. Like, I've never talked... I've never talked to a streamer in private who actually likes Twitch integration. It just makes games less fun to play. And for me as somebody... Like, for somebody who plays the games really casually, like, just jump into, let's just say, RimWorld for a week, play a little bit of RimWorld with Twitch integration, never actually learn the game... And the little bits you do learn, you learn really poorly. You develop a lot of bad habits. And then you never play the game again. And that's kind of fine. But for me, as somebody who plays the game like multiple times a week for hours on end as part of my job, and that's not going to change post-release. In fact, it might even increase post-release. I don't think that making me dislike the game or aspects of the game or the game's modding community is a benefit to anybody. Not even that, Banana. I mean, that's kind of funny. I mean, if somebody named Oversized Penne tuned into my channel and says, hey, can I get a dwarf? I would absolutely give them a dwarf. No questions asked. Why not? Like, that's totally okay. But I want to read the description because that gives me joy. As that one lady says, it sparks joy. But does it spark joy? I don't know who joy is, but consider it sparked. Also, that was probably like the least interesting ramble to most of you guys ever, but you know, we did it. I just solved the question by saying nothing. What did I do? You missed a ramble? I mean, technically, if you miss any of my stream, yes. Now I'm very perplexed. What are we on about, Mr. Mac? As this tiny little child in the background makes an artifact? Yeah. Did we get shells? We did not get shells. This is, in fact, a different kid. The other one's dead. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Well, I'm glad I was able to help you with that. I don't recall how I managed to make you come to that conclusion, Mr. Mac, but you're welcome. No, this is Limon. The other one was, shouldn't be blanking on this. Elikaboo. Who died. Unfortunately. Oh, Sparks. Okay, I'm starting to understand what you mean now. Well, I mean, when I say something sparks joy, I'm referencing a Netflix series, actually. The Marie Kondo stuff. Yeah. That's what I'm looking for. That's who says that. So I don't know what the thing that you're referencing is in relation to that. But like that I'm referencing tidying up with Marie Kondo. Also, this kid seems to be doing a real good job of gathering a whole bunch of boulders. Like all of the boulders, I guess. But yes, I do know the song from Alicia Keys. I do in fact know that song. Kind of lost my voice last night. Because yesterday I streamed for like 12 and a half hours. And then I made sauerkraut until like almost 1 in the morning. Thanks for gifting 5 subs, dude. Clearly something sparked joy. Thanks for gifting the subs to Cooler, Halligalli, Revolution, Pocket Dread, and I don't know that last one. The rest of them I all know. Cheers, dude. Thanks a lot. Also, it's cool that Cooler got one again. It was for a lame attempt at a joke. Oh, were you intending to make a joke? Okay. Well. Whoosh. Realize there isn't a coffin in this one. A coffin in there. But thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs regardless. Means a lot, dude. Means a ton. Helping keep this weird channel funded. You know, there's part of me just kind of sitting here refreshing my email because today's payday. Twitch, you're supposed to pay me. Money in the bank? Yep. Actually, it's money in the bank so that I can... I have to pay off a pretty hefty credit card bill because I went to the States. And while I was in the States, I was using my phone, which is fine. I'm on Virgin Mobile, so as long as I'm down in the States, I just use my plan as normal, and they bill me $12 a day. So, you know, my phone bill's it's $12 American a day on top of my normal bill. So it's like add an extra $18 a day, basically. So my phone bill's an extra $60 plus like also travel costs of while being down there because I had to buy food a couple of times, which is all in American dollars, plus currency transfer fees on credit card, which is, you know, fun. So I have to pay off a credit card bill. Which is why I'm looking forward to that money being in my bank. So I can pay my credit card bill. Hey, it's a hell of a lot better than... They used to charge you $50 for 100 megs of data. So it was back when I first started going down to the States for PAX and TwitchCon and all these. Oh, Ushat's gone berserk. There's a merchant who's been here for a while and dead, looks like. Seems like Anonymous says, I have a part in this. This might require an answer. Ushat is really dead. I'm overcome by grief. Death is all around us. This is truly horrifying. So easily broken. Begone fear. I have a part in this. This might require an answer. He says all of that after, hitting the merchant in the head with the pommel of his copper battle axe, and the injured part is crushed, or his bronze battle axe on copper. And the injured part is crushed. Crushed his head with the pommel of his battle axe. But yeah, when I first started going down to Seattle, I used to just like not use my phone at all, or I would like buy a $30 SIM card for the month because it was $50 for 100 megs a day. And I remember there was one time I had like a $400 bill coming back from the States. So I'll just take $12 a day to just use my plan as normal. I could pay them like more money up front for a better deal, but that one works. It's fine. It's not optimal, but it's fine. Right, so they blasted that dude to pieces. So hopefully they get his corpse moved out of here quickly. Did they already do that? Where even did it go? I see, there it is. Place item in tomb. Thob's already on it. It's not like you don't have cell infrastructure. No, but they just want to charge for it. Of course you have cell infrastructure. Saw a kiddo running by with gems. Did you fall through 2 floors? I think that this dude's body fell through 2 floors. Because there's bones down here from up here. But yeah, it's most of my time spent in the US is either on Verizon or T-Mobile's network. And like the network's fine once I'm down there. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to payday because I have to pay off credit cards. Also, I bought some camping gear. I bought a pot and a pan, ultralight. Because there's 3 of us going camping and we actually need like a big enough cooking tool to feed 3 people. So we're going to be bringing pierogies and sausage for dinner, and I don't know what we're going to do for breakfast yet, but we'll figure it out. You learned the other day that about load-bearing grates in DF the other day? Okay. What, from grates? I mean, grates are not like floors. They need a solid item to be attached to them, otherwise they just fall. What were you trying to support on a grate? Hey, Cooler. Hope you've been well. Mr. Mac gifting out 2 more subs. Thank you. I mean, it'll go towards bills next month. You like the gold box? Well, the gift sub badges are pretty great, aside from the fact that you have to gift subs every month to keep them, but I do appreciate you. Thank you. Helping keep this weird channel funded. But, you know, honestly, going to PAX West was very much worth it, even though I have, like, annoying bills that I have to pay off now. And it's completely worth it for one specific reason. It's because I got to give a microphone to Zach and Tard. That my old Blue Yeti, I gave them that, the cable that came with it, and the stand, which I streamed with from 2015 until about, it was 2019 I bought this mic. It was either 2019 or 2020 that I bought this mic. It was either end of 2019 that I bought this mic, or like early 2020 I bought this mic. I think it was early 2020. Because stuff was like just going into lockdown when I bought this mic. I bought this mic and I bought a mixer that burnt out within a year. And then I bought this other little audio interface. Was it worth it for the hamster sprite? Definitely the hamster sprite, yeah. They showed me cooler artwork than that, which I'm not going to spoil. Because there's some really cool shit that they've got in the pipeline. I just don't want to spoil it because there's no reason for me to spoil it. I'm just going to say it. There's art that none of you have seen, that none of you have even thought about as a possibility that hasn't been shown yet or even teased yet. Your artwork? Well, I mean, not your artwork, Cooler. For those of you who don't know, Cooler did all of the vast majority of the emotes on this channel and all the art that you see on this channel. Cooler drew it. So, Cooler, on the topic of artwork, are you willing to accept payment for art in Warframe Platinum? I think that might be the only way I can, like, legally give you money of any sort now. I'm only halfway serious with that statement, but you know. Warframe Platinum coupons are genius from a marketing perspective? How so? Are they any different than any other purchasable premium item? Like EVE Online's Plex, just to throw out an example. Your artwork is in Dwarf Fortress and no one even told you. If your artwork was in Dwarf Fortress, you would have basis to sue. Also, Cooler, I remember at one point you mentioned about making your own tile set for premium. Is that still something that you're thinking about doing? Because it would literally be thousands of sprites. I'm just throwing that out there. Also, God, this child has like decided to go across the map for every single individual item here. Okay, finally. Pigtail cloth, stray emu chick bone, cow leather, unicorn leather, rough jasper opals, 2 pieces of diorite, and braillead cut jelly opals. Could pay $200 for X amount of plat, or you could get a coupon for $20 that gives you X amount of plat. Suddenly it looks like you're saving $180, but in reality, you'd be spending money. I mean, yeah, that's pretty smart. Under toxicology, tell story. Epidemic disease and toxicology has been a favorite of these two. You know, I feel like that this dwarf being content after pondering an epidemic disease is a serious concern. I mean, I would say that it's fair to say that Warframe is incredibly successful in a lot of ways. Like, Warframe has kind of fallen off from being like this, like, super mainstream game. Like, you don't really see it anywhere unless you already follow it, right? But, you know, there's 52,000 people playing it right now. Which is kind of crazy. And it's very consistent about just having those, you know, massive spikes. It's only a concern if the epidemic disease dwarf suddenly goes into a strange mood. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've already made their artifacts, though. Apply coupon thing is how places like Kohl's exist. This shirt normally $300, but we have it on sale for $80. The shirt's worth $50, but people pay $80 thinking they're saving $220. You know, it's kind of sad, but you're not wrong. It's kind of sad, but you are not wrong. But let's see what this person's made. Lamond, the dwarven child, has created Timnar Lisset. Timnar Lisset. A mini diorite mini forge, and claims it is an heirloom in name of the family ancestor Etur Plate Thatchet. I don't think that dwarf's alive anymore. Which, you know, mean thing to say, sort of. But don't think that dwarf is alive anymore. It's worth 45,600. Tapered marks. This is a diorite mini forge. All craft workmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval diorite cabochons and cushion jelly opal cabochons, and decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of cow leather. This object menaces with spikes of unicorn leather and pigtail. On the item is an image of Lord Cracked, the Worth of Bristles. I got a Barrow mini forge. I'm pretty sure that's another one of my artifacts. On the item is an image of a radiant cut gem and cut jasper opal. On an item is an image of a basking shark in emu bone. Dwarfishus Placius verdant airborne retrovirus crafted in diorite. It sparkles. You know, honestly, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's like when they make a cylinder or a decahedron. That could just be an image of a virus. I don't know why, but this just reminds me of Killing Joke predicting pandemic back in 2015. I'll be back in a second. I gotta go take a leak. Does the kid like basking sharks? Likes fine pewter, white chalcedony, moose hoof, cotton plants for their flowers, in the words of the key of outrage. Me too. When possible, prefers to consume brown bullhead and carambola wine. No, so I don't know where the interest in sharks came from. You missed it, Diamond. Critical thinking skills are too expensive for the caveman brain. Since we analyze the situations deeply, we're tiger food. Same thing with a lot of mobile transactions here. If you have $250 worth of digital crap based solely on out opinion of what it's worth, but it's only $20 if you buy now, and the amount of things that they sell that they really... Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I completely agree with that stuff. You know, it's kind of funny, because, like, I had this discussion with one of my teammates recently, right? And I'm not going to call it who it was. But I was referred to as a little bit short-sighted for refusing to stream games like Genshin Impact. Because there's so many opportunities to make money as a creator if you stream games like that. Also, because games like that often are... the audience is often primed to part with money. There's a saying, actually, amongst content creators that I first heard at TwitchCon in 2019, which was, if you want to make money on Twitch, stream Escape from Tarkov, because those idiots spent $150 on that video game. So if you want to make money on Twitch, stream Escape from Tarkov, because they've already parted with so much money. If you're good at the game, they will fund you to play it. And they're kind of not wrong. But there's something about that part of this industry where it's just like, oh, play the games where the audience... It's same deal with Star Citizen, actually. There's quite a few Star Citizen streamers that don't have huge view counts, like, 50 to 100, maybe less than that do really well. Because they're playing a game where the entire audience is just used to constantly pumping money into the game. So if you have an audience of people that are already used to pumping money into a thing, they will then do that same habit on streamers, which is also why, like, quite a few streamers stream gambling. I really wish I could figure out what story you were telling. Listen to the story. The United Creation attacked the... Oh, interesting. It's talking about the first fights between the Seductions of Living and the Joyous Devil at Spidery Desert, the goblins, because my mountain home attacked them in the year 14. And the Outpost Liaison is telling that story. We're recovering wounded? I'm sorry, what? Who's wounded? What? A child was wounded? But you weren't in any combat. Why did you get carried to the hospital as wounded then? The Psychic Salesman is an allegory to an AI that predicts your purchasing habits and offers you deals to score the conversion and sale. I block a lot of cookies, so I don't get so much of that stuff anymore. But can I just say that the Amazon, cookie system that's designed to, like, figure out what you want to buy and then tell you to buy it is really bad. It's really, really good at being like, hey, you bought this, I don't know, camping accessory last week. Would you like to buy 12 more of the exact same camping accessory from slightly different brands at slightly different prices? Like, Amazon got real obsessed with the fact that I bought a headlamp a couple weeks ago. I bought a headlamp for camping, right? Just like a little rechargeable LED headlamp. And it's just like, hey, you bought a headlamp. You want to buy 45 other headlamps? It's like, dude, I'm going camping. I'm not a headlamp wholesaler. Like, the fuck? Like, I didn't buy this to sell it. What would I do with 50 different headlamps? It's like it's good at it, but it's good at it in a like after you've made a purchase, it's really good at giving you other options for the purchase. To the point where like sometimes there was one time where I bought a thing on Amazon. I want to say it was a hard drive or something. It was something that I needed for work. And then went back to Amazon the next day because I needed to order something else. And there was a deal on that thing that I ordered the day before. So I canceled the order from the day before, ordered it again at a cheaper price because they recommended it to me. And like it delivered at the same time as it would have otherwise. Like I'm pretty sure they just kept that same package in delivery because it was supposed to be a 3-day delivery and it arrived on the same day, even though the estimation was for the next day. So I ordered a hard drive, a portable hard drive. It was supposed to arrive 3 days later. The next day I was looking at Amazon and I found the same hard drive for cheaper. Would you like to literally swim in merchandise? This sounds like a joke from Spaceballs. Merchandising. Conduct meeting. Attend meeting. Wait, what? Buys Dwarf Fortress. Amazon. Would you like to buy Dwarf Fortress? Dude, if Amazon's asking if you would like to buy Dwarf Fortress, I'm sorry, but someone is scamming you, sir. That has already started to ship. Yep. I know somebody through Twitch. He lives in a different province than me, but he's in Canada. I'm not gonna out who it is, but he's a chronic dumpster diver. Previously used to dumpster dive behind like Visions Electronics and The Source and Circuit City and Best Buy and all those other places. But an Amazon warehouse opened relatively close to where he lives. And I've seen posts on Twitter and other like reports of him dumpster diving in the Amazon warehouse now. Or the dumpsters just for the chronic. Yeah, only chronic dumpsters. Yeah, no, he started actively dumpster diving behind Amazon and has posted some kind of crazy pictures of stuff he's found. He's a bit of a hoarder, but like some of the shit, like he just straight up found a brand new TV. Like still in the box. Like not an expensive TV, like a 40-inch TV, like flat screen, $300 TV. Like dumpster dive behind Amazon. And don't get caught because it's very illegal. So bring a mask. Bring a balaclava and go dumpster diving. You're not terribly far from an Amazon distribution warehouse. Go at night, wear a mask, avoid cameras. Because you technically have to trespass to do it. Dumpster diving is illegal if it's on private property, yes. Look at me here, advocating for crimes. Chat, none of you are cops, right? Please don't report me. But yeah, it is trespassing. Cop is a cop. King the Space Disco Fox is not a cop, so we're good. Possibly trespassing. Possibly. It depends on where their dumpster is, actually. The local one to me, because I've looked at it, is very much behind a fence in private property. And sometimes they have, like, indoor unloading zones, sort of like malls, where you kind of have to go out of your way to get into them. And then those ones, it's definitely trespassing. Those ones are definitely trespassing. Looks like I ran out of, turn on auto collect webs again. I ran out of silk. I mean, I know there's a lot of companies that throw away phones when the new models arrive. Yeah, I don't know. I go out of my actually I something else that was kind of funny was there's a little computer shop close to me. And it's literally like just two dudes that have owned the place and worked there for a very long time. So it's very much like a very small operation, right? It's two guys that work there. I think one of their kids works there on weekends. Anyway, family owned shop. I went in there relatively recently-ish and just kind of like passively, I was like, what's the status with graphics cards? Because like prices were starting to go down, like crypto market had crashed. That's because I pick up FedEx packages from there because they're a FedEx drop-off point. And I was just like, so like, what's the situation with the graphics cards? And they were just like, yeah, don't buy them. that was their statement on the situation. They're like, just wait until the next series of cards comes out. Although they did say something where it was just like, however, if you're crafty, keep an eye on dumpsters behind Best Buy and Amazon distribution centers. And also Micro Center. They're like, Micro Center has stuff at good prices, but keep an eye on dumpsters behind Amazon and Best Buy distribution centers. And I said, why? And he says, because what's happening right now is people that bought cards for cryptocurrency mining are mass returning them to get refunds. This was like beginning of the summer this year. They're returning them en masse. So they've owned these and they're all still within warranty. And so they're trying to mass return them. And once Amazon / Best Buy receives them and they realize that they're crypto, but they were used for crypto mining, they just throw them in the dumpster because they can't resell them. But I mean, if you can go free 3090. There's no Micro Center. There's two here. Micro Center is kind of a recent like addition. They used to be called NCIX, which I miss. NCIX was better. Their customer service was better, and they actually sold like NCIX was like a weird mix of like high-end computer parts store and also a Radio Shack. Like they would sell you like individual capacitors and shit. Oh, the same for you? Yeah, that's pretty far. 3 hours, jeez. But like those are just the locations that I was told to look at by them, and that's what they said. These are guys that like, you know, work in the industry of selling graphics cards and computer parts, and they're just like, yeah, just go to Best Buy and stare at the dumpster and wait for them to take out the trash. Now, do you mean Micro Center is close or microcontroller is close? I'm assuming that's a autocorrect. Trying to keep this clothing industry going and get everybody clothed up in silk. Micro Center. Okay. I don't know where this lack of dining tables is coming from. I thought I fixed them all. It micro dominates your wallet, is what you're saying, Banana. Can't win it typing on phone? Yeah. I got followed on Twitter by Stellar Jockeys. That's cool. Sandstorms fucking suck. Holy shit. No context? What? You're in Oklahoma and the closest are Dallas and St. Louis. Yeah, those are both pretty far. Sandstorm does slap, but... Oh, I see. In Wandering Village. And here, I was assuming that you were talking about, like, real life stuff. Yeah, no, sandstorms suck. The worst thing ever is when you're, like, The big dino that you're riding, Anbu, gets mad and starts like shaking, and then that breaks every building every time. Those really suck. How you liking it, by the way, Banana? We need to make 3 male shirts. Sweet, they're working on those. You're digging it? That's good. Always worried when I, you know, recommend pre-release early access games, because I've learned... So, there was a thing that Jeff Gersman said on his podcast recently, which was, there's a certain level of tolerance that every human being has for bullshit and jank in video games. And his main example of that was, like, Cyberpunk is still fucking broken in a lot of ways, even after, like, 2+ it feels like years worth of development, but like that game still has many game breaking bugs in it, to the point where it's still a really bad game, even though they've improved it a lot, right? Like, it's better, but that game's still got a lot of problems. And he was just saying that, like, you can tell who has a high tolerance for jank if they think that Cyberpunk is good. And I think Dwarf Fortress's UI isn't that bad. So I'm starting to think that maybe I'm not the best person to recommend unfinished games, because, like, I think my tolerance for bullshit in video games is a little higher than most people. Not by a lot, but, you know, just a little bit higher. If you never research yelling at Onbu, it generally naturally will pass to where it needs to be. Really? Although I'll bet you, like, it passes probably towards, like, the nearest food. Or whatever. I would assume, anyway. As soon as you researched it, he stopped perfectly meeting his own needs, and you went like 50 days without it. Huh. All right. Note to self. Don't yell at Ombu. Just feed Ombu. Or actually, do you need the horn to feed him? I think you might. Yeah, I tried doing that in my last run, but I kind of pretty quickly got to a point where he was just, like, walking through clouds of acid. So I was like, brr. Just ignored him for 50 days? Huh. I mean, hey. Somebody commented on my Wandering Village impressions video this morning with Dwarf Fortress Premium Waiting Room. You know what I've thought about doing? This would largely just be engagement farming, though. Is every week I should make a post saying, is Dwarf Fortress out yet? No. And then eventually, like, make a post saying that Dwarf Fortress is out. Or, like, joking on the Dwarf Fortress waiting room or something. Just make, like, the Dwarf Fortress waiting room a thing. Do, like, a countdown or something. Isn't there a Twitter for that? There's a billion Twitters for everything. That would be mean. I mean, we never said that I'm nice, Piranha. That, or I should do another poll as to when people think Dwarf Fortress will release. Because the last time I did one, they said it would release this fall. I'm still pretty confident it'll release this fall. Pretty confident. Though I know for certain no, but still pretty confident. And you don't get it? Here's the important question, Diamond. You may have seen the whole music video for Sandstorm, right? But have you seen the whole music video for Sandstorm in Factorio? That's what actually matters. Have you seen it in Factorio? Because this is ridiculous. The amount of work. I mean, sometimes you just gotta dedicate it to the bit. Did I see it running in real time? Like, as in, did I download it and try it myself? No. I've just watched the YouTube video. Hold up. Oh, I don't have much to read. I'll scroll up a little bit then. Blah, 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 blah. Using pitchforks poisoned by Walter Cronkite, von Paul are always the worst. Therefore, I aspire to roll deep. Fluid of transport lubricant. Photos depicting code are verboten. Mood ruined. Dalmatians went seawards. Parasites eat brains with ketchup because they hate laws. I should have put a period at the end of that, but oh well. All caught up. There's a video where he shows it running in real time and you get a frame a week if you're lucky, really? So it's like exceptionally time-lapsed is what you're saying? That makes me wonder how long it takes to run the whole music video. Well, I mean, when it comes to like doing dumb shit in video games, have you seen this insane person who made Minecraft run in Minecraft? Factorial logic is kind of slow. I mean, Minecraft logic is slightly quicker. I'm waiting for someone to make Minecraft in Dwarf Fortress because, like, in Dwarf Fortress, people have made Space Invaders. Space Invaders is probably like the most advanced piece of software that runs in Dwarf Fortress. Which, by the way, is this. This is our mock invaders. This is also time-lapsed a bit. But this is our mock invaders. How? A lot of drawbridges. And then vampires in there pulling levers. How does that works? Adobe Flash Player no longer supported. Well, rip. Wait, hold on. Hey, there's the HTML5 viewer. You could literally just go look at it. I'm legally blind. My right eye don't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision with multiple floating blind spots. But I do see. Just what I see isn't particularly clear. So yes, I am actually blind. But looks like the HTML5 version of that viewer works. So yeah, just go to YouTube and type in Armok Invaders and you'll find it. But yeah, that's why I have the visually impaired tag on Twitch. No, it means that ASCII games are easier to parse because it's static symbols. It's not that I don't need as much visibility, it's the stuff that is visible is way clearer. People who don't play a lot of these games seem to think that they're harder to see, but that's completely incorrect. I mean, that's like any complicated game. It's like, what does a rook do in chess? Well, you don't know until you know the rule sets for chess. So once you know what a rook does, it's really easy to understand what that symbol means. So the nomads will walk over to you, but he's like food and frickin' runs ahead. Yeah. What's stopping you? Real friend guy? Or real friendly guy, I suppose. It's the LY in there. Let's just do those two first. You want to know what my theory is? Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? RimWorld is very, 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 very different from Dwarf Fortress, so I don't know how much that theory is based in reality. But the thing that I'll say is this. You paid money for RimWorld, didn't you? You haven't paid money for Dwarf Fortress. With RimWorld, you have the sunk cost fallacy of, I paid 25, 40, or however much money for the game and then the DLC of dollars on it. With Dwarf Fortress, you haven't. So because of that, you just downloaded it and you can very easily go, I'll do this later. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if like you're financially well off. If you've spent money on something, you have the sunk cost fallacy that you're more likely to stick with it. Dwarf Fortress doesn't, like, it's not that hard. It's actually a very easy game. It's just tons of people hit this wall where they start learning how to play it, and then, oh, this is a lot of work. Because learning to play Dwarf Fortress is a lot of work, right? It's a lot of reading wikis. It's a lot of thinking. It's a lot, in some cases, it's watching video tutorials. And it's much easier to just sink back into the thing that you already know. But it's also easier to learn a thing if you've spent money on a thing. You've spent, cost has been invested into a thing. And you look at your watch and you're like, well, I've spent money on this, so I got to stick with it. It's like if you're given a free beverage and you sip it and you don't like it, you won't feel that bad if you pour it out. If you paid $10 on a beverage and you sip it and you go, you'll try and get a refund, or you'll see if you can finish it anyway to figure out what you're missing. That's the same kind of thing. Dwarf Fortress is a game that keeps on giving, yeah. And unlike RimWorld, they don't charge $20 for a couple of extra mechanics. Was never something that pops in your mind. It's a subconscious thing. It's the same reason that, like, people keep playing... let's think of an example. It's the same reason people keep playing League of Legends when Dota is a mechanically more interesting and better game in almost every way. But people keep playing League of Legends because they've bought skins. People keep playing Counter-Strike because they've bought skins. People keep playing... There are still people playing Overwatch for some fucking reason because they own a lot of skins. Right? Literally held your hand for the first 5 hours of CDDA, teaching you everything, and afterwards you loved it? I mean, that sounds like what you need with Dwarf Fortress. You just haven't had that opportunity yet. Play Overwatch because the game is fun? Fair enough. I feel like I never hear people saying nice things about Overwatch. Always, I play that because of spent money on it. Like, how many people willingly play World of Warcraft still? It's like the only time I hear people talk about World of Warcraft, they sound like they're being kept at gunpoint in a hostage situation. But What do I know? Yeah, fair enough. Anyway. This is just something that I find a lot of the time. Is people are like, yeah, I learned Crusader Kings. I just sat down and 5 hours later I'd learned it. You could do that with Dwarf Fortress. It's just a lot more work. Because you have to go to the wiki and follow a starting guide, and half the guides tell you to install other programs which you don't need. And someday it will become your favorite game. I hope so. Hope it doesn't disappoint. Onbu starved to death? Well, that actually proves that. Onbu can starve to death. Chat yesterday was theorizing that he couldn't. And you still don't get it? I get Crusader Kings. I just don't really enjoy playing Paradox games. I don't really like playing that style of, like, grand strategy game. They just don't gel well with me. No, you don't. I mean, honestly, I've said this many times, Haas. I genuinely believe that the Dwarf Fortress Learning Cliff meme is just that. It's a meme. Like, I largely believe it's false. When's the new game coming out? I mean, new games come out every day. You're going to need to be more specific. Although on the topic of new game coming out that you should buy, that doesn't cost a lot of money, that's good. Zorbus released on Steam. Not new, but you should go buy Zorbus. It's like $6 Canadian. Go buy Zorbus. It's great. Jesus Christ, people. Oh, they're very much harmful. I mean, like, one of the things that bothers me the most about Dwarf Fortress's development over the past couple of years, and this goes back like the last 5, 6, 7 years, is whenever Tarn Adams, Toady One, is in a public setting, he always says some offhanded comment about how the UI is terrible. Sure. But stating it bluntly, loudly, doesn't improve it, and also doesn't make more people interested in playing it. It just reaffirms the commonly accepted notion that the UI is terrible, which it's really not. It's clunky and obtuse, but it's not terrible. And now they're remaking the whole UI, which is probably for the best. But, like, rather, they've remade the whole UI for premium, which is for the best. But, like, it always just irks me whenever I read that. Yeah, absolutely. It won't be terrible for much longer. But, like, I guess it's kind of the same thing when I just, like, downplay the content that I make and my streams and all. I just kind of assumed that you knew. Hold up. Coming to Steam sometime in the next 3 to 6 months. Graphics, new UI, soundtrack. Yeah, that's what I mean when I say premium. Because there's 2 versions of Dwarf Fortress, right? There's premium and there's classic. Premium and classic are exactly the same game. The difference is premium looks... Did I just kill somebody? Hops, what'd you do? I'm actually not sure how that caved in. Wow, we caved in that entire pillar? How the fuck did that happen? But yeah, no, there's 2 versions of Dwarf Fortress, right? Or there's going to be. Come on. Haul him out of here. Don't clean the blood off the floor. Okay, well, at least Diamond is coming to recover wounded. Snow all melted. Cave and Trama, Crypt Panic, Crypty. But yeah, no, the reason I said there's two versions of Dwarf Fortress is there's Premium and Classic. I'm currently playing Classic. Classic is the longtime Dwarf Fortress that everybody knows as Dwarf Fortress, but once Premium comes out, Classic's getting the UI and will look like this. So this is what Classic is going to look like going forward and still be free. That's why I'm saying that there's two versions. Because there's Classic and there's Premium. Premium is going to have the fancy graphics. Classic will have the new UI, but won't have the fancy graphics and won't have music. Well, it'll just have the classic music, I presume. But Premium will also be for sale on on two platforms. It'll be on Steam and itch.io. Those are the two places it'll be available. Yeah, I have no idea what caused those to cave in. Jeez. It's kind of crazy. I mean, it'll come with a tutorial, which would generally make it easier to play. Generally, UI being designed better makes things easier to play. But Dwarf Fortress is... Here's the thing. Dwarf Fortress is extremely easy to play. Learning it is tricky. And I think that's like the difference that we need to get over here. Is Dwarf Fortress is not hard to play. It's very easy to play. Dwarf Fortress is obtuse to learn because of its tricky UI. With the UI not being tricky and reworked, Dwarf Fortress is extremely easy. It's an extremely easy game. Even in the hard biomes, if you like have the basics down of how to manage your dwarves, it's not a hard game. Dwarf Fortress is not about the difficulty. There are difficult things you can do in Dwarf Fortress, but by default, it is a very easy game. Also, that dwarf fell quite a long distance and didn't die, which is quite impressive, Hops. Considering, like, your lower spine is broken, his right lower arm is mangled beyond recognition, his left lower arm is mangled beyond recognition, his shoulder is mangled beyond recognition, his upper arm is mangled beyond recognition, and his left floating ribs is mangled beyond recognition. It's not a hot take. It's anybody who's played a lot of Dwarf Fortress's take. Everybody, like, says, oh, I love RimWorld, so I will love Dwarf Fortress. You need to realize, RimWorld is almost nothing like Dwarf Fortress. There's one mechanic that it really has in common, and that's that you have to manage people. That's about where the similarities end. How did he fall? I'm not sure what caused the cave-in, but something caused this pillar to collapse here. And so when he dug out this chunk of flooring, he fell. I'm not entirely sure what happened. You see, here's the thing, right? And this is the hot take, right? For clarity's sake, I don't have anything against RimWorld. I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's actually a very good game. RimWorld exists because of Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld had a successful Kickstarter because of the Dwarf Fortress forums. The Bay 12 forums was largely the reason that RimWorld succeeded, because Tynan Sylvester during the early days of RimWorld heavily posted on the Dwarf Fortress forums and advertised his game very heavily on the Dwarf Fortress forums and inspired and posted everything. Hold on a second. And posted everything that he was working on for quite some time before the Kickstarter, and then updates about the Kickstarter, and a lot of the initial cash flow came from the Dwarf Fortress forums. Because you played a little bit of DF and you reminded you of some RimWorld, the room-based colonist AI events happening. Okay, so sure, but you could also say that RimWorld is like The Sims with guns, because all of those things that you just mentioned are not unique to Dwarf Fortress. They're unique to any game that has any kind of colony or character management, right? The things that make Dwarf Fortress interesting and unique is the world generation, the alive and active world that doesn't care about you, and the fact that you can play Dwarf Fortress in Fortress mode like this, but you can also play Adventure mode, which is quite literally Kenshi. So Premium is only going to be launching with Fortress mode, and Adventure mode is going to be coming out like something like 6 months to a year later or whenever they finish it. So you need to remember that Dwarf Fortress isn't just this mode. This is a third of the game, this mode. Is you can also take one character from a fortress that you've built, walk that character halfway across the world, build another fortress, claim that fortress in fortress mode, play that fortress for a bit, and then reclaim that character and walk back with items from that other fortress that you built. And the first one will still be there, and most of the people will still be there, and some new people will be there. The world is alive and evolving. RimWorld is a tower defense game. Like, yes, you can build little character, like you can build little rooms and stuff for your characters, and you have to manage their very light, simple mood system. You have to keep them from going totally nuts. It's just arbitrary numbers that are temporary that don't really change the personality of the characters as a whole outside of those temporary numbers, which is fine. I mean, it's a simple buffs and debuffs system, and it's not a bad social system for a game, but it's not great. This is Dwarf Fortress's personality system. This first chunk is all their recent thoughts, followed by who they're married to, where they've lived, their age, their visual description, their stats sheets, which is literally this, whether or not they're tough, clumsy, or susceptible to disease. And these can all change over time based on in-game interactions. Hell, if I give this dwarf a job where all they do is haul boulders for like 4 years, she'll stop being very weak and actually get strong over time. Then there's their outlook on life. This actually, like, these two boxes here literally mark whether or not they're going to get into arguments with other dwarves. Right? I have about 5,000 hours in RimWorld, including pre-Steam release. I have about 3,000 on the Steam version. So I like RimWorld. I think RimWorld's a very good game. But the similarities between Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld are very slim. And like another example of like why the similarities are so different. RimWorld just feels like an arcade game. Because RimWorld, if you punch a dude, every single limb has like hit points, right? And you can and you based on like a lot of random dice rolls, no physics or anything actually fun. Based on a lot of random dice rolls, bullets may shoot in the right direction and maybe hit something and then maybe do damage to a certain body part, right? And then when you lose enough hit points, your character just dies, right? And then there's like the bleed out meter and whatnot. Dwarf Fortress calculates the physics and weight of the body, the amount of blood that would be in the body, the amount of fat that's on the body, and that's being tracked at all times. And then if you take damage, does it cut the skin? Okay. Does it bruise the skin? Okay. Does that cause internal bleeding? Then beyond all that, the game is tracking bruises or skin, bones, blood, literally body temperature, muscles, tendons, or all of the internal organs for each person and character and animal. Although for certain animals, the game cheats a little bit. Hair, teeth, location of hair, external contaminations, and all of that is factored into whether or not the bronze sword can cut. You like the troll vapor short? Vaporizing trolls? Whether or not the sword cuts the skin. So it's this absolutely ridiculous HP system that Dwarf Fortress has. But there's also some weird quirks to it, like the fact that skin will burn after fat catches on fire. So if you set somebody on fire, the thermonuclear cat explosion, you know that was a mod, right, Dr. Pirate? Just confirming. Seems highly entertaining. What, thermonuclear cat explosion? Thermonuclear cat explosion happened when there was a bug in the game where cats would breed too quickly. which is one of their famous bugs where like if you had something like 50 cats in the game, then it would just like hit critical mass and you would not actually be able to slaughter them fast enough. It was like just they put a decimal point in the wrong place in like the speed at which cats can breed. Then thermonuclear cat explosion was somebody modded cat's blood to be hotter than the temperature of the sun, but also made them not flammable. So cats are just like exploding into fire everywhere and breeding and multiplying and exploding at the same time. So they're all just like constantly combusting while also rapidly expanding. That was a thermonuclear cat explosion. There's a couple of videos of it on YouTube. Because animal breeding works regardless of proximity. Yeah, they don't necessarily need to be like in the same room or anything to be able to breed. All right, let's find that and cut that out. I'm deconstructing a walkway right now, if anybody's wondering. 2 more male shirts. Although, in regards to Dwarf Fortress cheating, the reason... Chat, there's a reason you should be afraid of a cow in Dwarf Fortress. It's a very good reason, too. Wait, what has committed a crime? There's a very good reason for you to be afraid of cows in Dwarf Fortress. And it's very simple. The only difference, according to the game, between a cow and a lion is a cow is a large creature with teeth equipped. Okay? And a lion is a large creature with a mane and swords equipped. The swords are equipped on its fingers. So, because the only other difference between them is lions are naturally aggressive, whereas cows are naturally non-aggressive. If a cow shows up and you piss it off, and the cow decides it wants to kill you, it's as likely as you will die from a cow bite as you would from a lion bite. Because they're both considered a large animal. Psychic breeding? It seems like a really good way to just, like, go to prison immediately. Only if you ignore consent. I mean, wouldn't that, like, spoil the whole point of the superpower? But, like... people can consent. That's just mind control, sir. You weren't thinking that far. I mean, okay. Isn't that like the fun of discussions on the internet, though? Just being able to have conversations without thinking too hard about them? The elves have arrived. Oh, it's because we've worked our way into spring. That's why. People think on the internet? I know, right? Only if you then proceed to think too hard about the topic. Thinking too hard about the topic. Literally everything in Dwarf Fortress. You know, like the classic, you can fit 1,000 dragons in one tile if 999 of them are all lying down. Don't think too hard about it. It's fine. It's totally fine. Just don't think about it. And one of the D&D campaigns you were in, you all kind of decided that the gnome were the inventors of consent, and before they arrived from another dimension, consent was not a consideration among other races. That's why gnomes. What? Considering Rome's and like their mythology are like literal bloodthirsty murderers that will kill you if you don't feed them. So you thanked every gnome for innovating consent. Seems like an awkward conversation. Imagine just like chilling and then random dude just walks up to you and is just like, thank you for existing, for inventing consent. I feel like that would throw me for a loop. The gnomes were like, you're welcome. I prefer the like Dwarf Fortress gnomes that just like drink alcohol and don't care about what you think. It's honestly one of my favorite parts about gnomes in Dwarfort is that they just don't give a shit. Must have been an awkward campaign. I feel like if you were with the right group of people, it wouldn't be awkward in the slightest. Wrong group of people, yes, very awkward. Actually, you know what? This is not a good thing to sell. It's these elves. So let's just do prepped meals. Sounds like you shouldn't ask the gnomes to do anything important then in that case. They have too many morals in that world. Grumble. So yeah, it looks like about 5,000 people, or rather about 4,000 people so far, have been seen playing the Wandering Village according to Steam stats. Which is curious to me for one reason, and I've talked about this a couple times. It's curious to me for one specific reason. The Wandering Village was the 26th most wishlisted game on Steam. Dwarf Fortress is the, I guess, 15th now, because Wandering Village came out. Never mind, it's the 17th most wishlisted game. Other people keep announcing other games, so Dwarf Fortress keeps dropping, but... What's currently above it? Oh, fucking Call of Duty passed it? That's cheating! Quit it! Oh, I see. Atomic Heart jumped past it, too, because it says this winter. Same with Sons of the Forest, also jumped up quite a bit. Darktide as well jumped up a bit. That's bullying, right? I mean, we're still ahead of Vicky 3. Pretty okay with that. I seem bothered by the fact that other more approachable and casual games are more popular than Dwarf Fortress. What skin in the game do I have? What skin in the game do I have? Do you mean who's paying me? Nobody's paying me. It's not that. Because here's the thing, right? What I'm bothered by isn't that... Because I don't actually think it's accurate to say that RimWorld is more approachable or casual than Dwarf Fortress. In fact, I think it's actually kind of the opposite. What I'm bothered by is games marketing themselves off of the fact that they're like Dwarf Fortress when they're not. Why do I care if Dwarf Fortress is successful or not? Well, I mean, look at the games I stream. I like the game a lot. If the game is successful, I get to keep streaming it. The game fades off into nothingness. I don't. I have to go stream something else. Like, I mean, why wouldn't I want a game I like to be successful? Also, because like this game's the original inspiration for Minecraft, and fucking they deserve to have as much money as Minecraft got. You were curious if I was a dev? I mean, I had dinner with the devs like 2 weeks ago. Like, does that count? But like on the 3rd of this month, I was in Seattle and we all had dinner. I had a Philly cheesesteak and it was pretty good. It was pretty good. No, what bothers me really is, or no, it's not what bothers me. I mean, actually, okay. Here's the thing. I really like this game. This game is much more like Dwarf Fortress than RimWorld will ever be. When did you meet them, out of curiosity? I haven't been to too many events in the past few years. But this is a game I really like. It's GDC? Ah, okay. Yeah, no, they've been to a couple GDCs. GDC 18? Gotcha. I think there's some recorded talks that they did from that one. I've never been to a GDC, so... but this is a game I really like. Oddrum. I think that's a very good game. What bothers me is games using Dwarf Fortress to promote themselves and selling their audience on the fact that you should play our game because it's like Dwarf Fortress when it's not. It's specifically RimWorld that I have beef against because of how much I've played of that game and how much I've played of Dwarf Fortress and how many promises RimWorld went back on. That's where my annoyance comes from. But it's just marketing? Okay. Also, who cares if it bothers me? And also, maybe it's the marketing that bothers me. You know, I'm very much a person where not everything needs to make all of the money. You know, that's why I'm streaming Dwarf Fortress and not Fortnite or something that's actually popular. All right? I don't like that RimWorld keeps parsing out content additions as DLC. Because it fucks their community, it fucks their workshop, it fucks their modding community, and it makes playing that game more difficult. Okay? That game, on its face, has sold millions of copies. They do not need the money. During the Kickstarter for RimWorld, they said that they would never do paid DLC. That's what bothers me. And they used Dwarf Fortress as a means of promoting that. Dwarf Fortress is going to be selling itself as a paid product soon, but the free version will still exist. You could still play Dwarf Fortress with all of its upgrades for free. Why do I want Dwarf Fortress to be successful? Because very few game developers actually have morals that are that good. Ironically, I have less issue with Paradox doing that, and you want to know why I have way less issue with Paradox doing that? It's because each of those games has like 40, 50 employees. I have a lot more issue with like RimWorld doing that because they have 6. So like, or at least did until I think relatively recent. I think they've expanded up to like 15 now, but for a very long time, Ludian was a tiny fucking studio. Tiny. Tiny, tiny, tiny. I don't actually have many issues with Paradox. I just don't like their UI design, so I don't play their games. But also, generally, if you play Paradox games, ideally, you play them enough that the sunk cost is worth it to keep playing those games. And the current price to play Dwarf Fortress is free. I think it's really easy. Okay, so I'm just going to pull something that you said earlier, Real Friendly Guy. You stated that you're very wealthy. Makes it easy for you to say. Wait for Humble Bundle so that you so it helps kids or something. Sure. I mean, yeah, Humble Bundle has good deals on like the Crusader Kings and Europa Universalis of this world from time to time. So I'm somebody who was homeless for close to a year. Real Friendly Guy. I've been completely obliterated financially twice in my life. And I can tell you, I have a lot less respect for game developers that keep selling stuff for the sake of continuing to make more money. I have not, especially if you don't need to make all of the money. Terraria is a very good example of a game that doesn't need to make all of the money. They could sell content. They could sell every single one of their like last 4 updates for like 10, 15 bucks a pop. No questions asked, and would like triple their income. But they don't. Because not everything needs to make all of the money. And if you sell your game on the back of, it's like this free thing, and that is your promotional material for the game, and that is what your entire community echoes constantly, you're essentially milking somebody else's fan base to a degree. And of course, RimWorld has developed its own fan base, so that's not an issue anymore. Like, you know, RimWorld is its own thing now. But I still remember those early days. Sure. I mean, that's totally fine. But you asked me what my beef is? That's my beef. Is I remember Ludian coming into existence because of the Dwarf Fortress community. A game that is free. And will always be free. That anybody can play. For no cost. On a crappy computer. In fact, one of the biggest shames, according to Tarn, about the premium version is they're no longer going to be able to support DOS-sized screens, the like 48 by 64 aspect ratio, because the new UI requires a minimum of it's like 114 by 70 something. That's the biggest shame. If you don't understand it, then why are we continuing to have this conversation? If you haven't figured out my point, then what's the point of continuing to talk about it? They're advertising a game that's nothing, they built their entire like early advertising base on a game promising that it was going to be like Dwarf Fortress. The game's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. I feel like I've like explained my entire opinion and you're just asking the same question again and again. So I'm confused as to where you want me to go with this. Is where I'm getting lost. It's like, I mean, I could keep saying the same thing, but like, I'm just saying the same thing at a point. I need 3 more male shirts. And this is a common point of discussion on this stream. It's like, I mean, I don't know about false advertising, but certainly breaking promises. You know what's ironic, Soul Shinery? Is Tynan stated in an interview once that he massively failed with the development of RimWorld. And I'm going to be paraphrasing because I can't remember the exact quote. I need to go look it up. But essentially what he said was he wanted to make Dwarf Fortress, but instead he made a competent strategy game. Which I think is kind of funny. Oh, hi. What's up, berries? Sounds like shade? Kinda. Gray Langers! I haven't seen those in ages. In like 100 years. What the fuck? Where'd they go? I didn't even see them. What's a unicorn? Where the heck did the Langers go then? One up in a tree. Look at this guy. Monkey! It's fine. Been sufficiently stirred, though. Sometimes you gotta stir the pot to make a soup. Alright. How are you feeling? Awful. Great. That poor dwarf. To be completely clear, I like RimWorld. I think it's a fun game. I just think that the comparison between RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress is false and should stop. That's all. And I think that the morals of that studio are, for me personally, depressing. I don't think they're bad necessarily. I just think they're depressing. So. And I look forward to the RimWorld Hot Potato 2022. Because it'll be real nice to make a bunch of money for Doctors Without Borders again. $100,000. We can do it this year. We have this type of talk a lot. Yeah. We have impassioned discussions. That's how my grandmother used to say argument. It's just an impassioned Irish discussion. Grandma, we were literally screaming at each other for the last 40 minutes. It's an impassioned discussion. Bless her soul. Well, we have everything that we need in the hospital. Why are you crawling? We have splints. We just need powder for casts, but even that, like, are you not splinted? Why are you crawling? Okay, you're splinted. You're double splinted. And you have stitches. Get a crutch. Maybe you're going to go get a crutch. He is going to go pick up equipment after all. This is the dwarf that fell off the bridge up top. Too drunk to walk? No, this dwarf fell off the upper level and went splat, and his spine got shattered. Curious if he'll ever... I mean, upper spine is bruised. Yeah, I'm curious if this dwarf will ever walk again. I mean, hold up. Lower spine's nervous tissue is cut open. It has been stitched, though. So either he'll just stand up and be okay one day, or... Dwarf's kind of fucked. That dwarf is alive? I mean, that dwarf went from... Layer 2... Or, Layer 0... to -10. Fell 10 Z levels. So... That's what? Approximately 3 meters per Z level? Like 30 meters that dwarf fell? That's a pretty hefty fall. onto like stone floor. Like that's I'm almost surprised, like I'm surprised that didn't just kill him on impact. But I don't know, not the first dwarf to have fallen off the cliff. Kind of a shame that that dwarf hasn't gone and grabbed. A crutch, though. Like, seriously. But yeah, I guess the thing that you need to know about me, real friendly guy, is the things that I care about are things, and the games that I play are either types of games that are particularly accessible for me as a severely visually impaired person, hence my absolutely manic what's the word that I'm looking for here? Ramble fests or rants, I guess, about traditional roguelikes. Or games that I've played and care about and have played and care about for a really long time. This is just the latter. I play games that I like. It's funny, like, there's a lot of people who stream and like their advice is always, oh, just stream what you want, but none of them actually do that. They stream what's popular and what their audience wants them to stream. I stream what I want, and I've always kind of done that. So when I'm like arguing in favor of something or wanting to see something succeed, it's because I literally love the thing. And that's the case for Dwarf Fortress. And the case for games like Caves of Cud. Another game that has never sold extra content. Instead of selling extra content, they made a Patreon and give their patrons early access to new content. It's the same reason I enjoy and support Chaos Forge and Jupiter Hell and their creations, is because it's like, well, I mean, even Epion's come out recently and said that they're never going to do DLC for Jupiter Hell, and I trust him to stick to that. Whereas he probably could have sold the last two patches he put out as expansions. Why? Because it breaks up a community. It's the classic question of what's wrong with DLC. Call of Duty map packs. When Call of Duty would come out every year, back when Call of Duty was at its peak, the base game would come out and everybody would buy it, and it would be a fun couple weeks where everybody would go play Call of Duty. Then the first map packs would come out. And then suddenly queue times would get longer. Then the second round of map packs would come out, and queue times would get even longer. And then another round of map packs would come out, and then queue times would get extremely long. And then the final round of map packs would come out, and the only people still playing are the ones that owned all the map packs because everybody stopped playing the original maps and we're only playing the DLC maps. This is my problem with DLC for RimWorld, is because every single time they release another DLC, it fractures the modding community. Certain mods support certain DLCs, some don't, some need DLCs in order to function properly, and it makes modding the game more difficult. So unless there's a point where all of those mechanics get wrapped back into the base game and bundled, you fracture your modding community, right? So what's wrong with DLC? It destroys the community. That's what's wrong with DLC. You really enjoy watching it? It goes on 30% off sales every couple months. Here. Great game, though. But you know, at the end of the day, like, developers are largely in this industry to make money. And that's fine. Like, you can go make money and go do what you want to do. That's cool. But if a developer is in this industry because they really like making games, and if a developer is in this industry because they want to make a particular type of game for a particular type of audience, and they want to keep making that particular type of game for that particular audience, the best way is to not be like Paradox and don't piss off your audience every opportunity you get, especially if you're a solo developer or a very small team. You just need to make enough money so you can afford to make your next game. Maybe a little bit more than that so you can put some into savings. But generally, you just need to make enough money so that you can keep making your game. It's the difference between a channel like mine and a Twitch channel that is streaming to make all the money. I stream because I have certain types of games I really, really like. Initially, it was just a social outlet, but at this point, there are certain types of games that I really, really like, and I want to share that with other people. I want to talk about them with other people. I want to help show other people that things like fucking Zorbus just came out on Steam. Does anybody know what Zorbus is? Probably not, but I already bought it, and will be streaming some of it later tonight. You should buy Zorbus if you like traditional roguelikes. But, like, that's what I like doing. Is there going to be any major echoes about Zorbus on Twitch? Am I going to get any traffic from it? Absolutely not. But I'm promoting it because I think it deserves it. You'll be watching for sure. Zorbus is it's free on their website. You can just go download it. Zorbus is free. I've had it downloaded on multiple different occasions, and I messed around with it a little bit. Just a little bit. But not enough to actually learn it. So I'm using this as an excuse to learn it. Because it's on Steam, so might as well. There was a Jupiter Hell on sale recently, and you were shelling out too much money for plumbing repairs. Yeah, you mentioned something about that. Trying to be responsible and patient. Yeah, well, I mean, Jupiter Hell puts out major patches every 3 months or so. And it goes on sale whenever there's a major patch, so wait for the 3 months and do that. Yeah, Tome is also free. But if you want the online multiplayer stuff, or rather, community stuff, it's not even really multiplayer. If you want the online stuff, you have to buy the game. Like, if you want to get a random gear drop whenever somebody donates money to Dark God, then, yeah, you need to pay the $7 or whatever it is for premium. Yes, there are paid expansions for Tome. But you don't need the expansions for Tome. Yeah, but you don't get the features of online chat in the free version of Tome, do you? Unless they've changed that. I haven't played the free version of Tome in years. Literally. Yeah, Zorbus is fully out. Yeah, yes, it's gameplay variations, not really gameplay mandatory. Zorbus still gets updates too, does it not? Athros? That's all you've played very recently? What, for Tome? Tome is one of those games where you can literally just, like, sink a lifetime into it. Like, I know a few people where it's just like, whenever I look at my friends list for Tome, it's like, everybody either has, like, sub 5 hours or, like, 18,000, and there's, like, no in between. There's a good few people on my Steam friends list that just have, like, 1,000+ hours on Tome. Wait, did that say armor stands? So yeah, at the end of the day, I'm a not particularly tactful, extremely passionate person who really, really cares about the things that he cares about. I care about game accessibility. The accessibility of games for everybody. I think that pricing people out of games is disgusting, which is why I'm very much against, play to earn models and NFTs and also loot box style models for games. I don't care about big corporations making money, and I don't care about developers making all of the money. I care about the games that I enjoy playing continuing to make enough money to continue existing, which is the majority of the games I play. Most of the games that I play aren't games that make money hand over fist. The games that I play are games that get by, just like me. Speaking of other games, I'm officially going to be biased towards Odd Realm as of Monday, because me and the Odd Realm dev are going to go get beer. I was posting pictures of beer on Twitter on Monday this past week. And he literally just responded. He's like, "Where is that?" And I told him, and he's like, "Oh, I need to go out there sometime." Like, "What are you doing next week? DM me." So we're going to go get beer. That'll be fun. We're going to Port Moody. Should be a good time. Beer and ice cream, not necessarily in that order. The two best things on that street. I too like Odd Realm. I need to play that again. I'm waiting for the next patch to come out though. That's what I'm waiting for with Odd Realm. I don't know. Honestly, in my own mind, I'm just this fickle person with confusing opinions and takes that nobody really gets. And it's really difficult for me to look at it in any other way. Like, I honestly just kind of, like, when I do, like, self-examining and just be like, what kind of thing do I make for what kind of person? I genuinely couldn't tell you. You haven't been attacked yet. Late spring? Sauce. Do I need to eat any of my unicorns? That's the question for the ages. Holy shit, we caught a lot of gray langurs in cages. Hold on a second. Also, I got 2 more counts of disorderly conduct against... Wait, what? Wow. You find the majority of my stances to be pretty clear, and I'm a great communicator. Sadly, a lot of people don't know how to listen. It's kind of funny. This past weekend, I was outside complaining with a bunch of my neighbors about the lack of hot water because my buildings had no hot water for almost a week now. As of tomorrow, it will be 1 week. No hot water. And we were all complaining about the lack of hot water. And then I went off rambling about one of my, like, utopian leftist bullshit ideals. And one of my neighbors just, like, looks at me, and he's in his 60s, and he just looks at me and goes, "Greg?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Don't you ever go to Alberta." I'm like, "Why?" And he's like, "If you say stuff like that in Alberta, you wouldn't leave the room." I'm just like, yeah, that's about right. They'd probably kill me before I made it out the door. I'm sorry I can't hear you over blind, stupid opinions. What? Also, if anybody's confused about what's going on in this fortress, the whole point of this fortress is we're trying to keep it alive for 1,000 years, so it's all about sustaining. It's not exactly what I would describe as representative of normal Dwarf Fortress gameplay. Tomorrow we'll be playing a fortress called Threat Dweller, which is much more normal. Much more normal. You're not allowed to travel to the Confederate States per your wife. Apparently, seeing a Confederate flag and saying, "Oh, you celebrate losers down here," will get you killed. Yep. No, I can't confirm that. That is a really good way to get shot at. I don't know if it would necessarily kill you. I guess it depends on who you say it to. Can confirm have been killed. What was the reincarnation process like? Banana? Bananas are all cloned. You cut the good part off and bury you? Okay, fair enough. You had a better response to that than I expected. I guess that's also why bananas are unlimited, right? I was expecting you to just respond with something like painful or something like, what was the reincarnation process like? Painful. You tend to stay away from people like that have the Confederate flag. You know, the concept of somebody having that flag in their yard as a Canadian is a super foreign thing to me. Although, there is that one truck that I see parked around my building every now and again, which is covered in, like, InfoWars and Alex Jones stickers. And every time I see that car, I'm like, wow, you people do exist. Jesus. Huh. That being said, I might actually give Channel 5 some extra money on Patreon one of these months just to watch their interview with Alex Jones. Mostly just because I want to see Andrew just, like, tear him a new one without telling him. For non-bananas, you have to talk to your old high school crush while surrounded by people from high school about how awkward you were. Okay, as somebody, please explain to somebody who didn't go to high school. Does that mean I can't be reincarnated? Because, you know, I'm ready to accept that. That's fine. I did technically take one class in high school, but I didn't know anybody in that class. It was a mathematics class towards the end, just to prove that I could do it, so that I could graduate. Berries, welcome back for a 26th month.
Crip law.
Bois, indeed. Jack, can I get a round of beers or bois? Or burrs. Or berries. It's wings and beer night? Ooh, what kind of wings? What's your sauce of choice? Big fan of barbecue or a buffalo. That or like a honey garlic. It's pretty good. I was homeschooled, yeah. Vast majority of my schooling was homeschooled, but I ended up graduating early. I graduated at 16. So the few things I did do in high school was just to speed up my classes. So this like little 16-year-old walked in with a bunch of seniors and just like did the test and left. Which was literally like the majority of my experience in high school was like graduation tests. Was just like, here's all the papers. All right, sit down in room full of people I don't know. Spend the 30 minutes filling everything out, do the next test. Spend 30 minutes filling everything out, do the next test. Spend 30 minutes filling everything out. Okay, you graduated. Cool. Like, I skipped that entire process, basically, and then went and got a job, and I've been working full-time ever since. Which is why when people point at me and say things about how things don't need to be for sale and how you need to make all of the money, I point at them and just be like, no, you just need enough money to survive because I've been making money my entire life and had nothing given to me. Not everything needs to be monetized. And that's my platform. Her daughter is in a state where she's distance learning, not quite homeschool, but 7th grade in both algebra and biology, which are high school courses this year. Gotcha. Well, good for her. I think that I will say this though. I'm no advocate for homeschooling. I think that the negatives outweighed the benefits, but I also don't really have like a real idea of what going to high school would have been like. So, happiness? Money doesn't give happiness. Moneyness gives the ability to live. If we could remove money from the need to the ability to live, then happiness would be much more acquirable. But, you know, this is why I'd get beaten up if I went to go speak in public in Alberta. Basic income? Yeah, what? Something, basic income! Hey, the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. I was waiting for that to happen. I knew it was going to happen soon. All right. Time to torch some idiots. How's that sound, chat? I'm going to shut all these off from being slaughtered. Alrighty, Hops, you gotta run, bud. Should we bring out the wheelbarrow? What's your favorite wing flavor? I like wing flavor. Generally. If it doesn't taste like wings, I'd be concerned. My favorite wing sauce, generally a honey garlic or something else. Vegan? How are the dwarves doing? Fine. This one fell what, like 30 meters earlier and like impacted his spine. Okay, so let me stop this for a second. Boneless wings or nuggets? Not boneless wings. Boneless wings don't exist. Boneless wings are nuggets. The fuck's wrong with you people? They're literally rebranded nuggets. You go to Walmart and you buy boneless wings and you buy Walmart brand nuggets next to each other from the same brand and they're identical. Boneless wings are nuggets. Depends on the brand that you buy, banana. Boneless wings are nuggets. Fucking nuggets. Nuggets are ground chicken product. Wings are wing-shaped ground chicken product. Okay, we need that door shut, but I also need that dwarf inside. All right, so we jump down here. And we pull this lever. All the hops. See how big that siege is? Oh, not that big. Let's see, do you make it through? All right, so far so good. So far so good. So far so good. Okay, you made it. Who's pulling the lever? Tygo's pulling the lever. Can you get that goblin boneless? The goblins will be goblinless soon enough. Although they aren't goblins, they're humans. These guys. All right, so side doors open. Gotta slam that. Okay, then we slam that. Bang. Now we follow the humans. Who hopefully aren't actually sieging the fortress. I hope that they just do the normal human invasions where they claim to be sieging the fortress, but then don't actually siege the fortress. Because if they actually siege the fortress, it'll take them a whole season to actually enter the fort. They always threaten they're going to siege the fortress, and then they never really do. Wait, what? Is throwing a tantrum? Although I think he's in prison right now, is he not? Maybe. We'll find out. But yeah, when it comes to the nuggets or boneless wings or nuggets thing, it depends on the brand of nugget. But as far as the dwarves go, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. Longdeath is all right. I mean, for a fortress that has survived 417 years, we're getting there. You know, like fortress ain't dead yet, and that's saying something. That is saying something. These humans that invade us, they invade us maybe once or twice a year. They used to trade with us. We used to be good friends. We used to get along so well. Hey, yo, what up? The ceiling, generally. The real question is, what's down? Clowns, usually. Pablo, it's good to see you. Sup? Nothing. Actually, you know what's actually up is I got a direct shout out from KitFox today. In the Dwarf Fortress newsletter that went out this morning. They straight up name dropped me, which I wasn't expecting. Gave me the warm and fuzzies when I saw it. Yelling about chicken wings, nuggets, that too, yeah. Mostly that, actually. You know, sticking to the important, non-controversial subjects like boneless chicken wings or nuggets, not chicken wings. Sheesh. Can you have a link? I literally can't. I don't think. Unless they've put it up on Steam, which I don't think they're going to. Did they put it up on Steam? No. Yes, they did. So yes, I can give you a link. Hold on. Bang. There you go. You know, what's really sad is the number of people that still comment vaporware on Steam posts. It's genuinely cute. Lord of the Rings online, really? Anyone watching Rings of Power on Amazon? I'm still kind of burned on... I think that, like, if Rings of Power finishes, or, like, finishes about, like, 2 seasons or something, and then people are just like, Blind, this is really fucking good, then maybe I'll watch it, but I kind of need to be confirmed that it's good. What about Tupperware? Now, if someone said the Dwarf Fortress was Tupperware, that's a statement I could get behind. You know, a sturdy foundation to hold lots of things. I mean, vaporware just means that it's never coming out, basically. I don't know what that means, to be honest. I influence extensively. Zach's writing's interesting, to the point where it's like, I sometimes don't know entirely what he means by what he says, but... I have extensively covered the game, though. Does that count? It fits. I mean, it works. I'm just looking forward to them actually putting out a devlog using that microphone that I gave them. That's what I'm actually looking forward to. Imagine if they linked the wrong link. See, now that would have been funny. It's like, oh, the influencer blind IRL, and they linked to Krug Smash or something. Right, there goes another one. Curious about how many still have to get down in here. Good chunk of them. It's gonna be a tough one. Not really a tough one, but got real busy and had to focus on work to avoid going crazy while you got settled in. Oh, that's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, channel's not going anywhere, you know? Like, regardless how much some people dislike me, I'll still be here. Besides, all that you really need to know about stuff that's happened in the past few weeks, is when it loads. Drinks and industry. That's the only thing that you really need to know. Also, to be clear, I don't think I'm actually going to get much traffic from the Kit Fox post. It's nice for the shout out, and the recognition is very much appreciated, but it's one of those, like, people that are clicking on a Steam blog post, if there's no release date, they've probably already, like, exited out, or they're just there to watch the PAX panel, which is fine. You ended up getting a 3D printer? I like 2D printers, generally. They're more useful for my use case. Oh, it's neat. It's a legit shout out. It means a lot. I just don't think I'm going to get much traffic from it. I think I've gotten about 3 subs on YouTube from it so far. 1D printers, they're on point. Ha! Have you printed all 3Ds? You have to print a 3D with a 3D printer. All of your villagers died except for your scavengers, and you're keeping them alive by sending them on constant missions? Oh no. And you're running out of points of interest to scavenge? You gotta honk at Ombu. The hot link makes it. Yeah, no, it's really cool. It's really cool. You're currently printing fidget toys? What I've been using this pen for. Clicking the pen up and down. Speaking of pens, where's the rest of these humans? They're almost in there. One Direction printer. Oh, I see where you're... you know, I'm kind of mad at myself that I know what you mean when you say 1D. Orange. Kind of mad at myself. You should print a 3D Urist. Oh, you mean like the little smiley? You should print a 3D version of the Bay 12 Games logo, the little pointy dude, and the little guy going, eh. This guy. Little triangle guy. Speaking of 3D printable things, these aren't 3D print. But at some point soon, when I actually have the energy and I'm not super busy, I'm gonna be posting a thing on Patreon where I mail these out to patrons. Anybody wants one? The $7 tier on Patreon is gonna get these shipped to them. Well, and the higher tiers as well. $7 tier, yeah. Or I'll just be selling, and then after that, I'm just gonna sell them at $10 a pop until I run out. Any chance of Fluffy Rambler plushies? I simply stated that I know what their merch is going to look like. I'm not gonna say anything else. Oh, also, I know what Fluffy Wamblers look like. I don't think those have been shown either, but I do know what the Wamblers look like. I also, another tile that they showed me that you guys haven't seen yet. I know what the vomit tile is gonna look like. It's maybe one of the best things that's ever happened. Is just like sitting at a bar and having somebody lean over and say, "This is what our vomit's gonna look like." All right. Well, most of the humans are in the trap. Wait, what? Mayor wants something? An electrum bed and dining room. Mother... Fucking... That's all I have to say. In the dining room, you say? All right, that's probably enough. Let's just seal this. Would help if I unpause the game. All right, who's ready to make a human barbecue? Levers have been pulled. It's time to make a human barbecue. Check, can I get some crypt was? Or something? There go. So this is kind of funny. I just received an email from my landlord that says this. Following the review of the different options, the council has made a decision to replace the failed boilers with new high efficiency bunch of numbers, units based on the price and availability. Then a bunch of personal information, and then everyone is aware of the emergency, and the work is done on an ASAP basis. The boiler's replacement project is nearly completed, and the contractor is expected to have hot water restored by Thursday. 8 days. 8 days. 8 days. Emergency my butt. Have $7? Oh, did you throw $7 at me? Here's the thing, right? I don't get the notifications for like 20 minutes from Patreon. All right, I see it. Yeah, I can give you sound commands. Give me a second. I have to add you to a thing. Yeah, and the bot doesn't do it automatically, unfortunately. Should work now, though, berries. Try cheese. All right, okay. Let me try this again. Bacon? No, that's not an option, unfortunately. Oh, I see the issue. I spelled your name wrong. Now it should work.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
True. Spitting facts there. Well. Spicy water. Guess I can take my dwarves out of the safety zone. From Foamy the Squirrel? Do I owe you something, Peak? If you're at a tier on Patreon that needs those, let me know. Because I'm terrible at keeping track. It's not that I'm terrible at keeping track, it's just if I don't have the list in front of me, I can't search it. I don't currently. Bacon sizzling, yeah. Is that the name of the annoying orange seltzer? Oh, Memba. I get it. Thought they named it Memba. But yes, I do remember the annoying orange. So then I do owe you something. Yeah, I'm literally looking it up right now. Did I never give you that? Or did I lose it in a bot refresh? Yes. Okay. How? That seems like that's absolutely a me oopsie. Yeah, you're in this list. Why didn't that work? Try it again. Wow, Peak. I just like deleted your name and re-added it to the list.
Cheese for everyone!
Mm-hmm. That time it worked. Bees for applesauce. All right. Well, we can let them go do their thing again. We can open the front door again. I'm assuming the rest of them have all left. Guess you're a weird one? That or I just spelled your name wrong and didn't notice immediately. Which is also possible. There's also like the issue that happens sometimes where people will have a different name on Patreon and then like the communication line never actually happens where I figure out exactly who that person is. I know that's happened a couple times. I don't think that was this case, but feel like it worked previously. I made or rather, I have a new bot. And you've been a patron for a while, Peak. So I swapped from Onkbot to Firebot this year, and some names never made the conversion, and some just like stop working sometimes now. For reasons that I'm not totally sure. I'm not a huge fan of Firebot. I don't think it's that bad, but I personally feel that Onkbot worked more consistently than this one. Yeah, and if you never really use them, then I would never notice if they break. Which is kind of on me. I should be better about that, but yeah, sometime in the next couple of, hopefully either this weekend or the weekend after, I will have like a solid day where I can just relax and not have to do any other work related things, and I'm going to go buy a bunch of stuff to mail stuff and send out a message to all patrons at the $7 tier and up, and just be like, hey, I don't care where in the world you are, if you send me your address, I will mail you a thing. And the thing that I've been like debating is, should I do it officially through Patreon? Or should I just say, hey, send me your address and I'll mail you a thing? Because like, if I do it officially through Patreon, then it adds an extra sales tax to your guys' tiers. I think I'm just gonna send you guys a Google doc and just be like, hey, put in your address and your name on Patreon and I'll send you the thing. Might just do it that way. Save you guys the taxes. Your win streak! I'm sorry. Big sorries to Woot Woot as well. You lost 250. Same with Lil Osan losing 200. Also, hi Lil Osan. And also, it's good to see you, Woot Woot. Hope you've been well. Lava's pretty efficiently just burninating the last of them. There they go. Also, hope you're doing well, Akre. Thanks for the lurks, by the way. I see you lurking all the time. Means a lot. Make a rock armor stand 1. Also collecting webs. Navy has a spouse? Huh. That's kind of cute. Didn't know that Navy got married. They do have one kid. Farana's their kid. How did I miss that? I probably knew that previously and then just completely forgot. But yeah, to people who've played Zorbus, I'm just kind of assuming that that game's not going to be too hard to pick up. It's one of those games that I've played the free version of, like, for maybe an hour, and just kind of gone like, yeah, this seems pretty simple. I'll stream it sometime. And I've just never done it because there's just too many games to play. So I've just kind of never gotten around to it. So for tonight, I'm just kind of planning on being like, yeah, chat, backseat me if you want. Let's learn Zorbus. Oh, you're Navy and Anthony's kid. I just noticed a family tree that I'd forgotten about. That's all. I was thinking out loud. Oh, you're this person and this person's child. Where are you? This dwarf. Mom and dad are Navy and Anthony. I didn't realize that until just now. So apparently you have no hauling jobs? I should give you hauling jobs, jeez. It is The Dwarves is a book that you're... Also give you healthcare. At the very least, discovering wounded. Also give you carpentry and mining. What good jobs to have. But yeah, that's all I was rambling about. Usually if you randomly hear me say somebody's name, it's probably because I'm talking about a dwarf. You were distracted starting a new fort? Ooh. Hopefully you do something cool with that fort. Let's do that. So is finally comprehend the game. Well, if you need help, I probably can't help, but I can offer advice. All right, we're hauling unicorns to be slaughtered. But just an embark, just a river embark with a flux layer and plenty of metals all over. I mean, you'll be. I mean, the bigger concern is like what kind of enemies are close by. Is there a tower walking distance? If no, you're probably right. If yes, maybe like reconsider. You know, like maybe reconsider. You know what's cool though? Chat, I have a question. I know that a couple of you have already bought it, so I'm gonna just ask straight up. Have any of you guys launched Zorbus on Steam yet? Apparently there's 10 people playing. More than I expected. The Gobos are angry, but I don't even have the elves nearby. Oh, that's good. Gobos won't attack you until you have 80 dwarves. So just, by the time you hit 80 dwarves, be ready. If the Gobos are in range and angry. How do you spell that? The game? Oh, Zorbus? It's like Morbius minus the more and the bius. Zorbus. Zorbus. This is a free traditional roguelike that has a $5 Steam version as of now, and it's been a completed game for forevers. And it's been out for forever, and it gets the occasional patch. But, yeah, very good traditional roguelike that got a Steam port as of today. There's apparently 10 people playing it, according to the Steam database, which is about 8 more than I was expecting, so that's cool. Alright, that's hacked away. I'm thinking I might just get rid of this entire walkway, because it doesn't need to be here. At least not on this side. I'm thinking we match the walkway beneath it right here and kind of build it as like a roof to that walkway. Still keep it, but just make it more direct. You're still riding Anbu? Someone needs to ride Anbu. Gotta admit, though, that game is such a solid little city builder. It was such a good theme. So pleasant. Big fan. I'm just happy to see people playing Zorbus on Steam. How the villager acquisition is balanced at the moment. I honestly, like, my critiques of Wandering Village are all just, like, very early access issues. Like, the issues that I have with that game is, like, balancing in, like, the late game area is just a little frustrating right now and needs work. But early access problem. I feel like the pacing's a little slow for the exact same reason that you mentioned, and I feel that that could be improved. And aside from that, it's like, well, I mean, it needs more content, but also an early access issue. So every single one of the concerns I really have with that game are, oh, this will be fixed in time with early access, and also that studio has made and released 2 early access games in the past, so I have pretty good faith that they will. I mean, they made Nimbatus, which is that little spaceship builder game, which went through early access and did fine. They made Niche, which went through early access and did fine. So it's like, it's their 3rd early access game. Their last 2 early access games both were received very well, went through early access and did well in early access. So that's one of those games where it's like, I have literally no concern with that game. And it's sold just fine already on day 1, so. Also, thanks to you, the game was exceptionally good value for money for you, so you can't really complain. I mean, you kind of got a free key for it, so you're welcome. This is like Dwarf Fortress. This game's exceptionally good value for me anyway, because you guys pay me to stream it. That's how you know it's good value. But like, jokes aside, though, I think that game's cool. Honestly, I think that the strength of Wandering Village is Onbu. Like, it's like this, there's a character that you just get to hang out with while you're playing that game, and that part is super neat. It's funny, because there's the Wandering City, and there's that other city builder, but you're on like a giant flying machine, and I'm trying to remember the name of it now. It's a Tamagotchi that you build a city on. That's a way to put it. I didn't really think about it that way. Onbu is God. Onbu is pretty good, yeah. Although that other city builder I'm thinking of might also just be an Epic exclusive. Let me just take a real quick peek at Epic. Okay, there's the Epic Games Launcher. Actually have to turn this shit on. Also, it's a little bit late now, but, you know, I'm thinking back on that, install Epic Online Services, which is required to access Epic Games Launcher updates. The installation is brief and can be initiated by clicking OK. I don't know what that is, so I will look into that later. Till then, I will Alt F for the Epic Games Launcher. Apparently, I have to go into Task Manager to exit it, because I don't want you updating shit while I'm streaming. Epic Games Launcher. Eesh. The hell? I just saw a name fly by who shouldn't be here. Unless it was a dwarf talking about another dwarf. Volleyball's wearing old clothes. What? No, you're not, dude. Literally every single piece of clothing you have is brand new. Although maybe just me, but I never felt any sort of sadness or remorse for any Tamagotchi I had. They all died. And you know what? It didn't bother me. Yours was stolen in schools and it was never replaced, so you never had much of an opinion on it. My little sister had several Tamagotchi, and she had this one that if it died, it would stop working. And she killed it after a while. And me being the big brother that I am, I resurrected it. I opened up the back of it and found a little button, a hard reset button, and I pushed it. And brought it back to life. So I am a Tamagotchi. You're the Pikachu version? I feel like a bunch of people... I feel like I remember seeing the Pikachu one a couple times. Good midnight? Was it 12:30 there? Or are you in one of those weird halfway time zones? Rockcat. It's 2:30 here. So, yeah, afternoon. Got bored of it fast with the Tamagotchi. Yeah, pretty much. The Tamagotchi Necromancer. You know, honestly, if I could rebrand my channel, I would have rebranded my channel as Tamagotchi Necromancer. Has almost as many syllables, has almost a few more syllables than Blind IRL. It's only 8 syllables. Tamagotchi Necromancer. That's got to be a YouTube channel, the Tamagotchi Necromancer. Let's quickly do that. Not on for long. You should be asleep soon. Yeah, fair enough. That makes sense. I hope you've slept well for the bit of time, or that you sleep well after the bit of time that you're here. I don't go by Blindy. Literally go by Blind. Streamers still call you that? Yeah, although some of the streamers I know that I raid call me Blindy because they know I don't like it. Like, if I ever raid Tom, he calls me Blindy. I literally told him to his face once at TwitchCon. I was like, you know that's not my name, right? He goes, oh, I know, I do it just because you squirm every time I say it. It's like, yeah, he's not wrong. I do, in fact, do that. It's because people used to think it was an uppercase I when it was all caps because Twitch's font sucks. It actually trips up less people now that I lowercase the I. Oh, that sucks. So this is, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not advocating for drug use, but I have what has been described as chronic night terrors and sleep paralysis. Yeah, I used to get Blindle a lot, or Blind Earl. I used to get a lot. Now I just get Blindy, and you know, frankly, I'll take that. It's an improvement. But I used to get that, and now I smoke a lot of weed, and weed does this awful thing where it stops your brain going into REM sleep. But if you don't want to have sleep paralysis, have THC in your system when you go to bed. literally just like nukes all of my ability to like have night terrors. And so now it's like if I detox from weed, which I do every couple of weeks, maybe once a month or so, it's a cursed monkey paws trait. That's called being disabled. Everything kills you slowly. But I will occasionally detox, and it's like, well, if I don't smoke weed for like more than 3 or 4 days, I start having sleep paralysis and night terrors. Like when I went to Quebec, I didn't smoke the entire time I was in Quebec, so that was a week. Day 4, I had night terrors. Started screaming in my sleep. Same as hard drugs. That's fucking moronic. It's the case for a lot of places, and it sucks. Backwards. Backwards bullshit. That. What would help sleep paralysis? Don't go into REM sleep. What helps sleep paralysis? You know what would have been funny is if you wrote that backwards. Rockcat? Thinking backwards of full is country this well. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. Rockcat. I'm happy you did. Appreciate you. That's actually like one of the few like acceptable uses of that word. Is when you're referencing the way that you've been treated. Can't go into sleep paralysis if you don't sleep. Taps forehead. Yeah. The nice thing about sleep paralysis, the main thing that bothers me about my sleep though is the night terrors. As far as sleep paralysis goes, I've had it for so long that I kind of figure out that I'm in sleep paralysis. Like it's usually like a couple seconds of sheer terror followed by, oh, I'm still asleep. Shit. And then it's like trying to figure out how to make myself wake up. So you can just be woken up whenever? That's not what being woke means, Air. Being woken up is not woke. What? The English language was a crime against humanity. With your sleep paralysis demons? Or just make your sleep paralysis demons, what's the word I'm looking for here? Metal as fuck. Embrace the demons. Also, Wild Peak, if you're still here, good night. Probably totally missed you, though. It's annoying because you have a far higher mental capabilities than others your age. Not boasting, it's merely stating. No, I understand that feeling. I always had, so I don't have a clinical diagnosis, right? But my psychologist says that it's extremely likely that I'm bipolar. And there's parts of my work ethic where it makes it damn near impossible to work with other human beings because everybody's so unproductive and slow and lazy. And it took me a large portion of my adult life to figure that out. To the point where, like, someone will be like, hey, let's get a thing done. I'll be like, all right, the thing's done. And then they'll be like, oh, we didn't need that done until next week. And stuff like that. And it's a... I have work ethic to a fault where I'll be in a situation in a job or something where somebody asks me to do something and I overexceed those expectations to a point where I just burn out. Because by the time I actually make it to a point where I'm doing everything I can physically do in an 8-hour span or something, they ask me to do more. I'm literally like the corporate shill's dream employee because of how hard I'm capable of working. The problem is I burn myself into the ground with it. And I've done that in every single instance of every single career path I've ever had. So me stating I am mentally broken in a way that forces me to be incapable of not working myself to death. So I kind of understand when you're just like, I can just state that because I am. It's like, yeah, that's me too. I mean, it's a thing that I've been trying to fix this past year, Rana. That's why I only stream 3 days a week now. Admittedly, I stream 12 to 14 hours a day, 3 days a week, but I only stream 3 days a week now. And I only stream 3 days a week now because of that. Because otherwise, I just grind myself into the ground. High intelligence tends to correlate with your brain functioning different from the average person's, which is categorized negatively, like ADHD. Your daughter is way ahead in school and can't find any... But can't find any of the 12 air brushes. Oh, the 12 hairbrushes. I read that as airbrush. I was like, what the fuck? Airbrush? Like, as in, like, Warhammer airbrush? I missed the H in that. Eyes. Probably all in the car. Yeah. No, totally. I mean, in my opinion, one of the biggest shames about mental disabilities is that they're referred to as disabilities when, 1,000 years ago, or maybe not, a couple hundred years ago, the kid who would now be lauded with insults for being slow or some other equivalent, 100 years ago was a gifted individual. Have a drain. Whoosh. Was a gifted individual who had like endless intelligence for, I don't know, translating documents or something. Or like that the autistic man who got in a helicopter and flew over Rome and then painted a perspective scale model of Rome after only seeing it once from memory. It's like, dude's a fucking genius. But we refer to that as handicapped. It's like, what? Yeah, that's how my brain works, Verona, but it kills me slowly. Modern society is built around a 5-day work week, right? Ideally, 5-day work week, like 10 to 12 hours a day, right? Because they want you to work overtime for free. And when you build society around a 5-day work week, that's great for all human beings that are mentally and physically capable of working the 5-day work week. If you're not capable of working a 5-day work week, you're handicapped and get out of the system. That's the problem. There's many people that would be just as productive on a 3-day work week, but maybe they can't physically work a 5-day work week. Or they can't mentally work a 5-day work week. Or if they only work the 3-day work week and not the 5-day work week, and they're significantly more productive for 3 days, and then the other 2 are just a waste because they're so mentally drained for whatever reason that they're incapable of completing those other 3 days, just rolls back around to the universal basic income. Fuck the 5-day work week. And then they point at, people outside on the street, and they're just like, well, this person's on the street. And it's like, well, maybe that person just thinks differently than you. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my cousin, Ryan, is he can't take care of himself. He is a genius in his own interesting way. He's a very, very smart kid, but he can barely take care of himself. Minivan hit a school bus? School bus probably won. But needs a little fucking help? No, absolutely. I mean, I'm a lazy bum. But as somebody who's lived on the streets before, I can tell you I lived on the streets not because I didn't have money. I lived on the streets because my apartment suddenly became unlivable. And it's really funny when, like, I hear, like, my neighbors who really don't like our homelessness problem and whatnot, and I can understand it, going on about how, oh, you know, like, all these heroin addicts, we should just, like, be a little bit slower getting to the emergency sites and just let them all die. And it's like, what? Like, wow, you've clearly never lived outside, have you? Which is, you know, fair for most people making our laws, right? That's a relatively popular opinion, Verona. I can take care of myself when I feel like it. The rest of the time, I just work myself half to death. When it comes to languages, you are a natural? Like learning new languages? Can I ask how many languages you speak? I've been trying to set your mind straight. It's literally the best goal that any human can have, is just fixing their own brain. Only one person has to live in your brain, and it's you. And if you're not comfortable in your own brain, what's the point? You're like that, you suck at language? I suck at... not only do I suck at language, I suck at retaining information. Unless it's information that my brain cares about, which is why I'm a walking encyclopedia for strains of weed, video games, and beer. And music. And other things, but those are kind of like the prominent thought spaces that my brain occupies, which isn't necessarily a positive thing. See, I used to forget to eat when I was engrossed in something, and then I developed type 1 diabetes, and now I can't get engrossed in something because, like, suddenly, like, my brain starts to get fuzzy, and I'm like, what's happening? Oh, my blood sugar's low. I gotta go eat. My brain yells at me to eat, so I don't know if that's a benefit or not. I like the university in brackets thing. I've never been to any kind of post-secondary. And it's one of the things in my life where I'm not sure if I should regret that or not. I genuinely don't know if I should regret that. Like, should I regret never going to post-secondary? Be honest, I don't know. You're on your third uni right now? By societal standards, I'm uneducated. It's true. Also, by societal standards, I've never worked a real job. I worked in fast food, I worked on an assembly line, and I worked at a gas station. And I was a kayaking coach briefly. And then there's me over here where it's like, what do you do for a living? Oh, I play video games on the internet. That's what I do for a living. For exposure to learn about on your own, or the classes were not the value you got from college. Yeah, exposure to things to learn about on your own was the value. Yeah, but like, why not just go to Wikipedia and hit random? Until you find something you want to learn, though. It's much cheaper. Also, the game's saving, which means I think we're in fall. Frame rate's actually been quite high in the fort that we're able to cram out 2 years. Uni is free of charge unless you fail. So that seems like blackmail. Unless I'm like misinterpreting the definition of blackmail. Yeah, 2 years. That really does read like blackmail to me, though. And due to the shittiness of the system of education? That sucks. Can I ask what classes you're taking this year and why you're so convinced that you'll fail? Did I open the front gate? I think I did. Yes, I did. Tried to go for a game dev major? Can I be sarcastic and maybe a little mean? It's an honest question. I'm just asking for permission to speak freely. Is what I will say. A game dev major is a mistake. Computer science major with like an art or design or a writing secondary is what you want for games. You want to learn the programming fundamentals and the design fundamentals without going directly into game design. Then get a job in comp sci for a bit, and then from there move to game design. Thing is, it's like I feel like the majority of successful game developers I've met over the years, very few of them actually went to school for game dev. The vast majority of them always were like, oh, yo, I was a mathematics major or a something or agricultural major, something completely unrelated. It's a file. I don't even know what that is, so you're gonna need to fill me in on what that is, because I don't know what that is. I'd have to Google it. Being completely blunt, no idea what that means. Because to me, that's like a degree in filing cabinets. Language studies? Okay, I know what that is. So wait, you're trying to do language from the perspective of games? How the heck does that work? I mean, come on, Patolus, it makes sense. I said I'm uneducated, okay? No clue, XD? I mean, seems like a poorly thought out, like, major on your part, then. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not the sort of person to be able to give good advice on the school system because I never really interacted with it. Like, my interactions with the school system basically began and ended with, oh my God. It's more than 2 pages. I'm so sorry, Stone. It's 3 pages. They've never done that. Skunk leather mittens, eh? Into game dev forever? You want to know how to get into game dev? Download Unity. Download Pico 8. Download Playdate SDK. Download RPG Maker, Game Maker, RPG in a Box, fucking Roblox. Download one of those. Start making games. Download what is it? Rogue.js or whatever, the roguelike framework. Download a framework and start making games. You know that? Okay. Godot. Yeah, that was another one. I, for some reason, always blank on the name of Godot whenever I'm thinking about it, but Godot is a good one. Download a game engine, start making games, put some shit up on itch. Make a Twitter account. Start making games. And if your specialty is language, make text adventures. You're a writer? Make narrative adventures. You really like text? Make a text-based adventure. Start making games. Fuck your family. Don't fuck your family. Fuck your family's expectations. Fuck your family's expectations. How do you think like, my parents put my older sister in med school, my younger sister in in university for violin. And I'm over here. You dare someone to make a mud in Unreal Engine? Hey man, mud looks pretty good on Unreal. I know that's not what you mean. How you been, Merc? It's good to see you. Your dwarf's still alive, by the way. People need to realize that family's expectations don't fucking matter. Family's support can make life a lot easier. Fuck the expectations. You're watching the first chapters of The Fortress yesterday. Very cool. You know, it's kind of neat. I've had a bunch of people recently kind of say, you know, I've watched like the first few episodes and then kind of fell off and then like check in every 10, which is kind of what I expect people to do. I don't really expect people to actually watch all of Longdeath. Some people do. You guys are crazy. But it's crazy how this fort's evolved over the years. You wish it was able, or you were able to just say screw their expectations. And, you know, this is me as a chronically ill bipolar person says, is just get the fuck away from their expectations and just move on with your life, and you do you, and fuck what your family thinks. Like, I love my parents. Mom, if you're watching it, I love you too. Do you think they were accepting of me saying I'm going to quit my job to play video games on the internet for a living? Do you think my family approved of that? One Piece is like 1,040 episodes? Okay. Let me just ask you a real quick question. Well, actually, let me Google this. For One Piece total runtime. Okay, so One Piece has 23,784 minutes of runtime. That is 396 hours. 396 hours of One Piece, right. I have 220 episodes-ish of Longdeath, let's just say, times an average of 5 hours per episode. So there's about 1,100 hours, and that's just the average. And on average, they're actually longer. They're closer to about 6 or 7 hours per episode, meaning I pretty safely have done probably about 1,500 hours of Longdeath. So sure, but by that basic bitch math, without actually doing the actual math, it's already longer than One Piece. So The good part is you have internet with a download speed higher than 0 MPS. Well, that's good. And measure it by clock rather than calendar. I will always remember when I downloaded Battlefield 3, and it took me 6.5 weeks. So I can tell you that. So yes, watching all of Longdeath is crazy. Zio. Or Zello. My brain wants to say Zio whenever I see your name. Zello. You've gotten pretty lucky with the fact that the thing that you enjoy doing is something that's pretty easy to get a job doing. I like talking to people and I'm good at it. So my options were like radio, some form of entertainment, politics, club DJ, or like cry in the corner. And I ended up doing this. My parents are very supportive until they're not. And there are ways that my parents have been exceptionally supportive of me. I literally couldn't run for president because I'm not an American citizen. We have prime ministers here in Canada too. Flying for mayor? Nah, I'll live. So my parents are very supportive in certain ways, but very unsupportive in other ways. And like the ways that they weren't supportive, like they'll never admit it. But like there were points where I just like felt completely alone. Twitch is about the most current equivalent of radio that you could get into without like getting a contract with Sirius Satellite FM or Sirius Satellite Radio or something, or some other, or like I don't know, being a successful podcaster or something. Which, by the way, you could listen to my podcast if you want to hear me talk about video games with other people. Sometimes very sleepy early in the morning. A podcast which recently hit 1,000 plays on Spotify, which I'm kind of proud of. Yeah, I would honestly say that podcasts are probably the closest thing to radio on the internet. Twitch is pretty close, though. The Dwarves have made it to trade twice. Not actually going to have a ton to sell them. Well, this is drying up. Getting there. Male shirts is prohibited. All right. Well, crafts it is then. Is almost 5 times as long as One Piece. There you go. And we're not even halfway done. We're getting close to halfway done, but we're not halfway done. Lots of interesting sounding episodes. It's, I mean, it's me and my Twitch team talking about video games. That's really what it is. I'm particularly proud of episode 31's title, Embrace D's Nuts. Because Embracer bought everything again. We'll see you when we see you, Rockcat. Thanks for swinging by. And best of luck with the schooling. And screw family's acceptance. They have to accept you for you. Not you from material or... what's the word I'm looking for here? Educational gains. Do they sell anime swimsuits that are One Piece? Yes. I've never looked up One Piece swimsuits, but I guarantee you they sell them. Also, I'd be lying if I said I actually knew anything about One Piece. I know the 4Kids intro song, and that's about it. You won't fit in a one piece? You can wear shorts. That's technically all male bathing suits are a one-piece bathing suit. Just gonna throw it out there. Like, if it's like swim trunks, yeah, you can. Not to, like, dive into technicalities too much, but... It takes at least a 5-piece Voltron sequence to envelop your body in an inadequate swimwear. Well, then, that just seems like you overcomplicating a simple problem, but... Fair enough, I suppose. Trying to get rid of all these barrels. Don't need them. I'm trying to not, like, call you fat, Banana, okay? I'm trying my best, okay? You're, like, walking into a very easy position for me to just call you fat, and I'm trying so hard not to. And then at the very end, you're just like... Unlimited in multiple ways. Also, if you join this Discord, the Halcyon Frequency Discord, in the general section, we gotta compliment somebody on their weight loss, by the way. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. Information added to Civilization and World Info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Chat, you have a command for it. It's on the screen right now. You know what it is. Although patrons have a command for it, I guess, technically. What are we requesting from the Mountain Home? Moving on. This is one of those few times I do wish I had a soundboard. I want battle axes? Maybe work with that. Look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Trying to get rid of the last of the rock, or not the rock pots, the wooden barrels, because they are starting to degrade. Down to dust. Shoutouts to the person who sent me basic attention token. Basic attention token? It's Brave's cryptocurrency that they give you for using Brave, and anybody who uses Brave can tip people through their own wallet with basic... So they pay you basic attention token for looking at ads on the home screen of the web browser, right? And you can tip it back to them to pay the web browser for existing, but you can also distribute it amongst websites that you like visiting, or YouTube channels that you like visiting, or Twitch channels that you like visiting. So it could just be some rando who has it set so that whenever they watch X amount of a YouTube video on a YouTube channel, it sends them X amount of basic attention token. You could also buy basic attention token, but I wouldn't. It's like usually worth between like 10 to 70 cents in the US dollar, depending on whether or not it's doing well or right now. I actually don't know what the current value of basic attention token is, because someone just sent me 6. Basic attention token price. What is the current cost of BAT? 30 cents, 32 cents is one basic attention token. So someone just sent me 6 basic attention token. So what? Like $2? Which I move into Ethereum and then move to my private wallet. Uphold is grumpy. Yeah, Uphold is okay, so I'm really happy that I sent a automatic transfer from Uphold to my Exodus wallet right away when I set the thing up, so it just automatically transfers out of Uphold into my Exodus wallet immediately. It is not bad passive income. I mean, I've never cashed any of it out, but I've made like $200 in Ethereum ish. For I don't know what it's valued at right now, but over like a year and a half of using this web browser and being signed up as a Brave creator. Like, people can fucking tip on my Reddit comments. Someone gave me like 40 cents once for a Reddit comment, which is the most confusing, like, future internet garbage. Like, I don't like NFTs, and I really don't like the whole play-to-earn thing, and I do not like it in video games. But as a web browser business model, to me, it seems a hell of a lot better than the alternative of just, like, harvesting and selling information. It's one of those few implementations of, like, Web3 shit that I actually think is not a bad implementation. Just making sure I'm not giving them any artifacts that I don't want to give them. Oh. Like, why is the trader getting a loss? I'm trading so much shit. I hadn't set it to trade yet. The problem with the whole Brave software / Brave web browser basic attention token shit is what Frog for Hire mentioned, is you have to deal with the crypto service Uphold, which I'm not going to outright point at them and say I'm pretty sure that service is a scam, but it feels very rug pully, I'll put it that way. It's one of those, like, crypto exchanges where it's like, does anybody actually use this? Like, I don't think anybody actually uses this. I think this website might be a scam. So that's the issue with it, is you still have to deal with the crappy, you know, Web3 feels like a scam, smells like a scam, looks like a scam stuff. But I don't depend on it. It's just a weird side experiment. I never would. But, you know, it's for the same reason that I accept tips in crypto. It's the same reason I accept crypto tips, is because, like, every now and again, there's, like, one person who wants to give me Dogecoin. It's like, oh, okay, I'll take it. I'll figure out what to do with it. You know? It's not my focus and never will be. But NFT stuff is generally pretty trash. Especially that one CEO of crappy Minecraft NFT project, Critters, who was just like, wouldn't it be great if you could pay some people who live in a third world country to be NPCs for your town? I don't need to, because it's not actually that wrong of an opinion. There's like a few usages for it where I could point at it and be like, that's a good use for that technology. every single NFT implementation I have seen since the technology came into existence was like, it's kind of a scam. And they haven't really changed from that. Even if it's like not intended to be a scam, it still kind of feels like a scam, you know what I mean? Which is why Web3 is great is a really good Twitter account. If you haven't seen Web3 is great, I very much recommend you go to Web3 is great. Because it's just like it's Molly White's blog, and it's literally just what? Man, it's been a busy day today. Anyway, yeah, anyway, it's a fantastic little account. You're doing some VFX or a Web3 webinar? Yep. So you had to listen to the conferences about how it's great for real estate. You know, okay, so at the peak of crypto value, there was a dude in Vancouver. There was this dude in Vancouver who tried really, really hard to trade a house for a bored ape. And basically got laughed off of the fucking real estate market. I hope they paid you in real money, Chubbs. I'll put it that way. I do hope that they paid you in actual money and not like some imaginary funny money. They do? Okay, that's good. Then they're probably one of the more legit things, but my God. There's a clip that I've seen. I think Molly White actually tweeted it out initially. I'm not sure what crypto podcast it's from, but there's this clip of a podcast going around, and this guy's talking about this, and he's saying this like it's a good thing. This is the first time in history that you can take all of your financial wealth and lock it down and take it with you to the grave, and nobody can access it. I don't see any point where that's a benefit to anybody. That just seems like a net negative. Like, when I'm dead, fucking take my shit. I don't care. I'm dead. You captured some of the worst offending clips and send them to your computer engineer friends? Oh, to just have like a little cackle session behind closed doors quietly? Was this in English, this webinar? How inheritance tax would work on crypto? I feel like it just wouldn't. Like, if Grandpa doesn't want you to take the money, then you're just fine. I mean, like, the one like legitimate use that I had for crypto for a bit there is I would buy like $200 in Ethereum and go down to the States and take out cash and then use cash while in the States and then put that cash back into Ethereum when I came back to Canada. Because for a while there was a bunch of really low cost crypto ATMs, and it was a really easy way to just get across the border and have money and not have to worry about paying transfer rate fees. Is already looking into it? Oh, probably. It's in Spanish and they don't laugh. They're outraged. You see, for me, I laugh, Chups. And the reason I laugh is because I've seen most of it already before, and just seeing it again is just like, ah, yes. People are horrible. I'll say Space Vikings. What's up? You know, I gotta be real honest. I'm real happy that Twitch banned the sales and promotion of NFTs on Twitch. If you actually, true story, if you see a streamer promoting NFTs or the sale of NFTs through their Twitch channel, you can report them for that, and they can get a temporary / permanent ban depending on previous offenses. So there is that. Worth noting. And I'm saying this as somebody who does like the concept of cryptocurrency. And although largely I've only ever made money off of cryptocurrency, and I did pay taxes on it too when I cashed it out. I cashed out at the, like, midway through 2021, cashed out about $2,000 from an initial, like, $80 investment, which I'm pretty happy about. Frankly, I made money. Went in on crypto last summer, buy high, sell low. That's when most people bought in. That's how it goes. Yeah, no, I bought in back in, like, I think 2015, 16. I need to go look at the actual, like, receipt, but. Irish Stupid, thanks for gifting a sub to Chups. You're getting close to 100 subs gifted. That's ridiculous. Cheers, man. Thanks for the support. Fuck crypto. I agree. Yeah, absolutely. I love the concept of it, and I think the tech is fascinating. Every single use case I've seen is redundant. You can crypt burr or actual beer now. But thank you, Stupid, for gifting a sub to Chubbs. Just remember, chat, for a brief period of time, there was a person selling NFT, blockchain, locked, whatever the fuck you want to call them, Dwarf Fortress worlds. Someone tried to do that with Dwarf Fortress. I don't think they sold a single one. So get fucked. Actually, let me just go take a peek. Is that still up? Nope, they all got taken down. Huh? Yeah, they tried to sell them for 0.01 Ethereum each. Yeah, there's another person selling them too. Found another one. Yeah, they haven't sold a single hit, I don't think. Less sigh. Bruh. Okay. Just chat, go to OpenSea and look up Dwarf Fortress pre-gen. There's a person selling the front, like, the website GIF that's on Bay 12. This thing. There's somebody selling that. Anyway, don't buy that shit, please. I had to search the current energy consumption of the official Ethereum website. A single transaction is about 14,000 hours of watching YouTube. Yeah, not to be like a dick or anything, but you should look up the total amount of power it costs to use one Visa transaction. It's nowhere near equivalent, but it's worth looking up. Also, wait, what is tantruming again? Isn't that copyright infringement? Oh, yeah. I'm Taxion. Oh, yeah, and it's theft. It's asset theft and infringement. But, you know, whatever. I was just reporting that gift that was for sale. Did you commit any crimes? 1 count of vandalism. The same 100,000 computers have to agree that $1 be paid to someone? Yeah. Copyright or IP law? When the cops showed up at OpenSea's headquarters. Believe it or not, OpenSea is actually pretty good about taking shit down. But the owner of the IP has to go after them. OpenSea is actually not bad. And the reason I say that is I know a couple of streamers that got clips of theirs sold on OpenSea. And OpenSea, like, retracted and refunded and revoked rights to things. It's happened a couple times. More than a couple times. Many times, even. But none of that shit means anything, really. And you've been working on a stop-motion animated short film, and these real artists are doing the whole beautiful thing with a handful of euros? What, for your stop-motion film? You're just hanging out. I love how there's this one sad dwarf chained up here, who's humiliated after being confined, and this one's just here socializing. What are you two plotting? Make NFTs out of that? Yeah, that too. I mean, I actually have a bunch of Google alerts set up for OpenSea and a few other things, specifically for my username, in case somebody tries to sell something that is related to me. And my stream team and a bunch of, like, I've got a bunch of image searches that are just, like, active that will literally send my phone a ping if something shows up for sale on OpenSea. With the express purpose of, you know, not getting my shit stolen. It's kind of sad that, like, creators need, and creative people need to, like, police their own work like that. No bids on any? Of course no bids on any, because they're ridiculous to sell them. Yeah, it's the 3rd or 4th person now that I've seen selling DF Worlds. OpenSea? OpenSea.io. It is the biggest and most popular NFT sales platform, if you want to call it that. NFT marketplace, yep. Hey, at least it's better than the GameStop NFT marketplace, which the first week it was up had multiple traced 9/11 arts and videos of actual people falling out of the buildings in 9/11, as well as whole games taken from itch. Sold. Fucking GameStop, yep. How has Longdeath been? Oh, how long has it been going? So we're on year 422. So -5, and that's the year. That GameStop NFT. You know what's hilarious is, like, that's what they spent all of the cash injection that they got from the, that's where they spent all of the cash injection that they got, from the game stonks memes. Yeah, I'm very, like, sketched about Square right now, because them and Ubisoft keep on turning around and going, guys, NFTs are great, okay? But I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully they get cold feet and think better of it. Peter Molyneux made like $1 bajillion selling, like, land in an NFT city builder, though. Which is, honestly, Fucking. That's all I have to say. It's honestly fucking. Good for him, Lamau. Exactly. Like, fucking, I guess. Go retire, Peter. Jesus. And it's in. I've never seen that episode. I haven't actively watched South Park in over a decade, so. 4 NFTs, not accurate, no. Square Enix sold most of their Western studios, the rights to, notably the rights to Tomb Raider, all of the Tomb Raider previous games and IP, as well as Deus Ex, and they sold it all, as well as Crystal Dynamics and the rights to publish a couple other games. But they sold all that for $300 million to Embracer Group with the intention of lowering their total studio value so that they could invest in blockchain technology, whatever that means. So they didn't sell it for NFTs. No. You swear that Molyneux is famous because he got lucky with a deception check calling himself famous one day? There's a video on People Make Games. So I'm not a fan of Peter Molyneux, right? But there's a video on People Make Games, which is literally just Chris Bratt, not Pratt, Bratt, B-R-A-T-T, talking with Peter Molyneux. And for the video, they bought a hard copy, like a original hard copy of every single one of the games that Peter Molyneux ever made. Just talking to him about like making that game, the process of each game, and they literally go through every single game that he ever made with at least like a couple brief comments on like a little bit of history about that game and like what he did to make it. Dude absolutely had his time. Like the early days of Peter Molyneux's career, as far as games go, and as far as game history goes, and like the importance of games goes, dude's extremely influential and important. But realistically, he hasn't been relevant since Fable 1. Maybe Fable 2. Since Fable 2, he hasn't been hugely relevant in the games industry. So like, he absolutely earned his fame with Dungeon Keeper, with Magic Carpet, although nobody really remembers Magic Carpet, with Populous, with Black and White. Like, there was a lot of games that Peter Molyneux had hands in that for the PC gaming space are hugely important and influential. But it's been a long time. Magic Carpet was made by, like, 3 people, and Peter Molyneux was one of them. So, like, dude was highly influential. I played it on an abandonware site in the mid-2000s. So, like, I think maybe even Internet Archive it might have been. So like Peter Molyneux, like I give him credit where credit's due. Like he kind of crashed and burned towards the end of his career and pissed a lot of people off. But I think that Peter Molyneux and Tarn Adams have a lot in common in that they both just like to talk a bunch of game. The difference is with Dwarf Fortress and Tarn Adams, it's a crowd-funded indie project that he can just kind of indefinitely work on. Not a high-budget game published by Microsoft that needs to come out with a deadline and make money for investors. Was he involved in Syndicate? I can't remember. That sounds right. I'm just going to real quick rattle off every single game he worked on. Games. Populous, Flood, Powermonger, Populous 2, Syndicate, Magic Carpet, Theme Park, High Octane. That's a racing game, wasn't it? These use either like designer, programmer, port worker, project leader, designer, executive producer in some cases, Dungeon Keeper, Black and White, Fable, Fable the Lost Chapters, Black and White 2, The Movies, also a fantastic game, by the way, Black and White 2, The Movies, Stunts and Effects, Fable 2, Project Milo, and this is where it starts to go down. Fable 3, Fable the Journey, which he was a creative consultant on. I don't even know what that is. And then he made Curiosity as part of 22 Cans, Goddess that failed horribly, Goddess Wars that failed worse, and then The Trail, which is like actually kind of good. It's like a weird, almost clicker-y phone game. Yeah. And, like, fucking was founder of Bullfrog. Like, dude, without Peter Molyneux, games would be completely different. Yeah, I mean, like, you definitely kind of crashed and burned, but, like, I think that the joy that I've gotten out, like, I can pretty safely say that the joy and happiness I've gotten out of, like, Black and White and Populous, even Magic Carpet to a degree, and, like, Dungeon Keeper, and all the stuff that he did at Bullfrog, the joy and happiness I got out of that vastly outweighs the crashing and burning of the end of his career. Hey, Gurgi. Well, according to this, he was executive producer of Syndicate. So that's just his Wikipedia page, which might be wrong. Let me double check. He was a producer on Syndicate. Magic Carpet, he was executive producer. Theme Park, he was project leader and lead programmer. Dungeon Keeper, he was a project leader and designer. So. Crashing and burning? Fable 3 was the literal equivalent of crashing and burning for a video game designer. He's more humble as a programmer. He was never... Considering he started off as a bean salesman selling Heinz beans, I think he did pretty well for himself. You adored Fable 1. And Fable 2, you didn't hear about Dungeon Keeper or Black and White until around 2010. And aside from that, that mobile clicker game, odd. Wait, it's another Fable game? You heard none of those, you heard of none of those until just now? I mean, Goddess was terrible. Goddess Wars was also terrible. Is Goddess even still on Steam? Holy shit, it is. Mostly negative? Yeah, it checks out. Yeah. Goddess was terrible. Still in early access, will never be finished. That's weird. Then there was Goddess Wars that they made as like a make good, which has very negative reviews. Which is like the No, not PvP. Real-time strategy rebuild of their same engine or something. I mean, it looks pretty. Give it that. Oh, apparently they did put the trail out onto Steam. Huh. This is free to play on phones. I played this on phones. But yeah, the trail is like a weird, like, pseudo walking simulator survival game thing about hiking. It's good on phones. I wouldn't want to play it on a computer, especially for $15. You were thinking of Dungeon Siege? You never played Dungeon Keeper? Dungeon Keeper's rad and ages so well, especially Dungeon Keeper 2. Also, chat, it's almost 4 p.m. and my stomach just rumbled. I think I'm going to take a real quick break and go get me some lunch. When I return, we'll do a little bit more Dwarfs, and then we're going to go switch over to Zorbus, which released onto Steam today. But we're going to be playing some Zorbus when I return. Get a snack. I need to eat lunch, not just a snack. So I will be a couple minutes because I do need to, do all my injections and consume a sandwich and stuff. So I will be 5 to 10 minutes, I would say. And when I return, like I said, we'll do a little bit more Dwarfs, and then probably shortly after I return, we will swap over to Zorbus. So, if you're tuning out or leaving, that's fine, but I prefer if you stick around. And, I will be back in a couple of minutes. Anywhere too quick unless you really want to. BRB! There's a modern spiritual successor to DK2, which even you mean War for the Overworld? That game never quite captured the same feeling. It's more of an RTS than Dungeon Keeper. But they got that game to an all right place. Anyway, I will be back. 10 or 20 minutes? That's an exaggeration. Admittedly, I am still chewing. Ponce, thanks for the 11 raid. Cheers, man. Bye. I just gotta punch something into my phone and then I can turn on my camera. Wow. Bobbity bobbity. I made you jump? I made you I think, actually. Admittedly, I did kind of come back with a 5 or 10 minutes. I lulled you into a full sense of security, of quiet silence. What were you playing, Ponce? What were you up to today? If you guys don't know Ponce, you should go watch Ponce. He's a good dude. We're all having to learn how to raid again because we've been, you know, informed that hosts are going away soon. Hellsinger? Is Hellsinger out yet? And are you still doing Age of Empires with Cody? Hosting's being removed. Yep, Twitch is killing hosting in less than a month. Because Twitch doesn't like it. That's literally, like, the only real reasoning I can find. I.e., there is none. Which is unfortunately usually the case when it comes to dumb changes from Twitch, is it's just, they don't think enough people use it, they don't think it's benefiting the site currently, and they want to replace it and change it out for other things. The only people who seem to care are people who've been on Twitch for a very long time, so people like me. But you're going to start seeing random people who didn't used to raid much raiding more because it's going to be the only way to host people soon. Yep. Probably because they have issues playing pre-roll ads. Yep. Yeah, no, literally all of Halcyon Frequency. Like, that is, I think, the busiest that our... Because we have a secret Discord for Halcyon Frequency. One just for, like myself, FG, and, like, all the other people. Like, Kiri and Bellinaire. And we have a... like, you know, just like general chat, right? The most discussion that I think's happened in our general chat room in the last like couple of years was the day that Twitch put out the notification saying, "Hey, we're killing hosts." But oh, so Hellsinger is out soon? I've been watching your VODs. I'll be honest, I don't think I could play Hellsinger in a way that I'd feel competent playing it, Ponce, but I really, really, really hope that they sell that soundtrack on vinyl because I want a metal album I can play on stream. Was that too much to ask for? Like, it's probably already for sale. Actually, let me look. Metal Hellsinger. I don't know. Nothing yet. Dicey Dungeon has some heckin' good ones. I don't have much budget to spend on records. And I've been talking about how I need to stop buying records. Because shipping costs have increased significantly. The Canadian dollar has dropped. Other currencies have gone up. And so shipping records has gotten... It's gone up by about 40%, I would say, in the last 2 years, the time that I've actively been buying records. But I did break that rule this morning because this happened. So, you know, yeah, I bought that, for obvious reasons. Also, that website's painfully pink. So, you know, buying that. I'd also buy it Into the Breach, no questions asked if they put it up. Speaking of Dicey Dungeons, I think Jess would really like Dicey Dungeons. It's really just those two depressed dwarves. Not bad. But yeah, hopefully Twitch just like replaces it with features that are better. I've already expelled all of my energy that I could possibly have to like complain about host mode going away, but you know, Twitch doesn't want to have it, Twitch won't have it, and that's the way this website works. And that's fine. I'm just here to produce my show. And I can do that with or without the marginal extra viewership I get from hosts. It sucks, but we'll learn to live. Hopefully, Premium Dwarf Fortress comes out at around the same-ish time. Giant rat is fighting with a gray langur. Checks out. All right, let's... take a peek. How much more metal object need go? None. Perfect. We're in early winter. Oh, please, don't tell me I... No, I didn't. We're good. Answer. You ever try to cattle play through with cheese making as a goal? I made a dairy fortress that did nothing but raise cows and make cheese. I mean, I've made cheese in this fort. I just don't have any milkable animals currently. I had yaks for a while that I kept milking and making cheese out of. I don't know if that's really like a playthrough. That's more like a starting situation. But like I've definitely started with cows and milked them in the first week and made cheese. It's not hard. Why? But I've never done a playthrough specifically pointed at that. Oh yeah, they yacked back and forth all the time. Now, the real question is, have you ever made a fort out of soap? It's a very clean challenge. This takes so fucking long to build a wall out of soap. I haven't built a whole fort out of soap, but I did build a wall out of soap once. No, not soap stone, just soap. Just that you take 10,000 years to make individual blocks of soap. I did also make an entire fort out of salt, which we dubbed Twitch Chat. It was Fortress Twitch Chat. It was a good fort. We had a good time with that one. Imagine if soap disintegrated when it rained. Fortunately, Dwarf Fortress isn't that smart yet. Emphasis on yet. I mean, that's the state with every feature for Dwarf Fortress, right? It's just a matter of time. Currently stuck on a specific granite scepter. Because you refuse to take it for granted? And you can't separate your mind from the video game anymore? Can I cram another pun in there? Better to have your mind stuck on it than have it stuck in your mind. Eh. This is where I sit here and feel good about myself for a minute, and Chad just like does the classic high roll, Alt F4, close the tab. The scepter's name is more than the enough of the joke, for instance. Oh, really? That pun was quite shale. That one was pretty nice. Moist pink. You know, there's a reason why Cupo always refers to scepters as dildos, and I think for a while they renamed it scepters in her game to dildos. Most people don't give a shirt about rock puns. It's from my waterfall fort where you had explosively powerful water defense. Yep. Hot beards. Moist pink. Yes. I remember moist pink. I remember laughing pretty fucking hard at moist pink. Hot beards is, I think, a modern classic of my forts, frankly. Water, you talking boat? If a boat's talking, you've got a problem. Boats don't exist in Dwarf Fortress, so how could you ship before it sailed? Would be mildly interesting. You know, honestly, I don't need boats in Dwarf Fortress. It's not why I play Dwarf Fortress, but... The boats all sailed away, so now there's no boats. It's funny because there's a word for boat in Dwarf Fortress, but the dwarves can't build boats. In fact, none of them can. None of the factions in Dwarf Fortress can build boats. It's just kind of is what it is. Bloody shame, that. What if they added ports? Everybody always says that. It's like, well, I mean, it wouldn't interact with my game much. Maybe adventure mode stuff. I feel like boats could add a lot to World Gen and Legends, and maybe like a neat location to visit in Fortress. But outside of that, meh. I was gonna say unicorns exist in Dwarf Fortress. When you talk about that, I realized you mean in real life. Okay. Point made. This is one of those checkmate streamer moments. The embark wagons make good boats, though. Wouldn't be able to build a fort on an island any other way. Yeah, true. Yeah, I imagine. Okay, imagine just embark wagons, but it's pulled by 2 dolphins. I'm just saying. Recently uploaded a video revealing who you are and you were working on a piece of stone jewelry footage back from 2018, 2019. What, are you saying like streaming is putting yourself out there? What? What do you mean? We have dolphin taming as a requirement. Damn right. I think that's doable. Sure, but like I guess the part that I'm perplexed by is the kind of nerve-wracking putting yourself up there part. Also, that's neat. Also, you work in like jewelry design or like gem cutting. If so, that's 2 people I know now that work in that industry. Sathados is a gem cutter who made arch crystal. Or school of carp. How about just a whale? First time ever posting something public of yourself on the internet? Who cares? You're all over the internet already, you just don't know it. If you've ever walked past a security camera, that's probably stored on the internet somewhere. This thing? Yeah, this fortress is one big old hole. This is all one big open hole that I've dug. And then it does this for a bit. And then there's this hole that I also dug. Also, don't mind the tube of lava in the middle of the screen. It's fine. It keeps going. That goes all the way down to there. And then all the way down to there. And then it does this. Right about here. Dwarf Fortress has giant whales. A giant blue whale can feed like a fortress for years. Also, do they make purple onions? I know about red onions. I've never seen a purple onion. To Google. Purple onion. Literally, it's just giving me images of red onions. I guess red onions are kind of purple, but... I like gardening, and I like growing, like, shallots and sometimes onions, so... What is it with famous artists liking the word purple? Purple rain? Purple onion? Deep purple? I guess purple is just, like, a fun word to say or something. Maybe it's something to do with that and acid. I mean, amber is the color of your energy. It doesn't really mean anything. Purple haze, yeah. Completely unrelated. Rhymes with Nurple? Totally. Definitely unrelated to Nurgle. Totally different thing. What, the color purple, you get it from crushing some seashells? Crabs, right? Yeah, I mean, like, that's why it's an expensive color, I suppose. Anyway, sorry, that was a random side tangent. Welcome to the channel, Purple Onion. And this is Longdeath, a fortress that I've run for literally 2 years real time. We did the math earlier today. There's, what was it, 5 times the number of hours of Longdeath than there was One Piece episodes? You waste your life the way you choose to. I choose to waste my life by playing this one fortress for hours on end. Some people watch anime. About 1,400-ish hours versus 350 hours. Yeah, just 1,400 hours in one fort. Although, compared to some people's MMO playtimes, it's not that bad. Smush that. Of this Longdeath anime, and it's pretty good. Episode 6 of this Longdeath anime. I don't know how I feel about being called an anime, but... It's funny, somebody called Longdeath recently in YouTube comments a podcast that just happens to have Dwarf Fortress footage in the background. And it was kind of funny because I was sitting there and I was also listening to a podcast at the time, and I was thinking to myself, like, why would anybody listen to a podcast of one dude? And then I realized, as I was thinking that, I was listening to the Jeff Gerstmann podcast, which is literally just Jeff Gerstmann talking for 3 hours at himself. So apparently me. I am the target audience for my own content. Welp. Leading a cooking demonstration, Zindros. Where'd you learn to cook? Probably self-taught, I'd assume. Grandmaster Biter. Well, you better be if you're good at cooking. Legendary cook and grower. Dabbling weaponsmith. Novice mechanic. Legendary cook and grower. Doing a cooking demonstration. And there's no specific information for this specific activity. People are actually brave enough to make a podcast solo. I had a solo podcast for a bit, but it was more a coping mechanism. When I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, I did like a 9-part podcast. But I honestly did it just as a way of, how do I word this? Coping? Because it was like at the beginning of the pandemic? Yeah, type 1. So, I've done solo podcasts before. I also like prototyped a solo podcast for a bit that I never actually released.
Dwarfs give calm.
Dwarfs give calm? Sure. Hello, Wogarden. Thank you for the 9th month. Welcome back. It's 12 months. It's like almost getting close to a full year. It's a lot of months. Yeah, I got diagnosed at 26. So, actually, was I 26? Fuck. 28 now. Might have been 25, actually. I think I was about to turn 26. And you have gray hair? A lot of people have gray hair. It's not gray, it's white. I just don't dye it. Most people dye it. Why are you judging my silver streaks, my friend? Come on. It's a lot of hair. I have a lot of hair. You say offensive thing followed by not judging. Sure. Then you imply caused by stress. Wow. You're not very good at being tactful. You're just like 28 and you have gray hair? No shit. Where else do you think this came from? Think it was made by like applesauce or something? No, my grandmother was completely gray by 40, but of course it's caused by stress. I'm bipolar and have sleeping disorders. Of course it was partially caused by stress. Come on. I've been going gray since I was 16, to be fair. That was when I got my first gray hairs. You horribly offended me, and I'll never forgive you. I will be shaking as I fall asleep tonight from the anxiety and stress of the great offense that you have caused me by suggesting that I might look kind of old. Very offended. I need more coffee. No, combination of night shift, an abusive ex, and years of overworking myself so that I could pay rent. Certainly didn't help with my gray, but it's largely genetic. I mean, my parents are finally going gray now that they stopped dyeing their hair. But my mom and dad both dyed their hair for most of my time growing up. And my older sister dyes her hair as well. But my grandmother claims that she was fully gray by 35. Like jet white by 35. Which, according to my dad, is true. So I'm inclined to believe him. So... You're in your 40s now, and you have more hair than almost anyone that you grew up with. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing that I like about my family genetics, Druthers, is everybody's, like, gray, but there's nobody who's bald. The only person who was bald in the family was my dad's dad, and that's just because he shaved it, not because he was actually bald. Didn't even have a bald spot, according to my dad. He'll do it in front of a giant fan so his hair is extra dramatic, yeah. But they would need wigs. I don't know. I don't see the reason in dyeing my hair. But I also kind of go, you really gonna like point at me and be like I'm genuinely Simtaxigon, I'm not even remotely offended. But come on. Lots of people at 28 have gray hair. Wait, what is punching Merc? Again. Good thing Wait What's not a strong dwarf. Otherwise he would have killed somebody by now. I say that as like I can't find him on the list. Okay, who the fuck died? Wasn't you. Oh, Merc's been found dead. Brilliant. Okay, so you did kill Merc. All right, well... Wait, what? Bad news for you there, bud. It is time for you to leave. You killed a dwarf I cared about. That sounds horrible, Simtaxion. Like, genuinely. Get out. Goodbye, dwarf. This dwarf's really lucky I'm not a mean person, otherwise I'd lock him in here and burn him. Nope. Yes and no, but this fort's too old to get migrant waves. There's a few limitations built into this version of the game that mean that I haven't had a migrant wave in about 300 years. So, no. There is no way for this dwarf to migrate back. Unless I request them back. But if I were to make another fort in the same world, theoretically, yeah. But that would also be fine. What? I don't know what that means, Merc, but okay. Just wish I didn't have to lose so many dwarves. We actually are down 3 dwarves today, which kind of sucks. Lead, not led. So they're leading a brewing demonstration. They are demonstrating the act of brewing, or they were until I canceled it. No, they're not cooking with metal. They're literally leading. Lead and lead are the same word. Spelled the same. Different meaning. English is a problem. We should cancel English. Bad language. You have a good night, Chubbs. We're going to be swapping games in a minute anyway. We go play Zorb. For those of you who like traditional roguelikes, you should stick around. Although I will be learning Zorbus, so it's going to be brand new to me. Largely. So you know what, chat? I think let's swap over to Zorby. It's Zorbin time. But what I will say about Zorbus is this is just a game I've meant to try for a really long time. That's been on my list of games to try for a really long time that I haven't gotten around to trying. I've downloaded the free version a couple of times and messed around with it briefly off stream just to make sure it works. And it's always seemed really neat, but I've never put the time in to actually play it. So it coming out on Steam, I can just be like, fuck it. Let's play it. So this game has a free version as well. Keep that in mind. If you are here specifically for Dwarf Fortress and you don't want to see other scary new games, I recommend watching Tekud, who's currently live playing Dwarfs. But you might poof for a bit. Dinner's about to happen. If you got to poof, go poof. It's fine. Poofing is important. It's an acceptable thing to do. So we're going to go play Zorbus. But what I gotta say, chat, is how bad of a Morbius pun should I make? There we go. Got a new title. Perfect.
Chicken attack. Chicken attack.
If calcium deposits in your inner ear, I swear I didn't do it. I don't even know if this game has music, actually. I guess we'll find out. It's time to Zorb!